The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life, just like another season. Not for them, just a time, just like another season. You came into my life, just like another season. Not for them, just a time, just like another season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not so long, just a time, just like another season. You came into my life just like another season. Not so long, just a time, just like another season. Come my way this season. The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing. Just like another season, don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season.
Eight teams remain. $300 are up for grabs. And we are ready. Welcome to the Ascend Tournament Series Pinnacle Cup Championship. I'm SweatyOC. Joining me here is IceColeBrew and Maxine. We got a great day of action here. 8 teams are left in the Pinnacle Cup. 8 teams are battling for that chance to be champions of Season 5. And here they are. Justice for Solo, Sloth Command, Midwest Mafia, Serenyx Esports, Shawnee State University, KCG Chaos, 100X Knight, and Sloth Dark. What a night it's going to be. Man, we have a great evening of action here. IceColeBrew, how you feeling?
Honestly, I'm feeling excited. I get to see some of my favorite teams performing in action right now. Of course, we're starting off with one of the better teams at Justice for Solo going up against Sloth Command. I know fans want both of their teams, Sloth Command and Dark, to make it to Grand Finals. So he's going to be paying very close attention to this matchup for Justice for Solo.
Yeah, it absolutely will be here, and you've already kind of gotten things started here with the matches that are going to be interesting tonight. We'll take a look at our schedule here, and who we have coming up just next here. As already mentioned, we're going to start with Justice for Solo and Sloth Command, but Cole, is there, of these 4 matches, are there any of these more interesting than the others that you have in your mind?
One of the more interesting matchups I do want to see is going to be Shawnee State University versus Krusty Crew Gaming Chaos. And that's because Shawnee State has Adverse joining the roster full-time. Adverse already playing one series that entire season. But we were talking pre-show, and you were saying they're a very solid player, high rank in 6-mans. I believe rank B, if I could check that correctly. And with Shawnee State as well, with their lineup that they have, it's going to be very impressive because Slayer wants to be able to have that backline support that Royalties was able to provide. But Taco Stash especially needs that third man, that reliable third man to really stand out. But if Adverse can step up and become that primary striker, that's going to be a very unexpected feature of Shawnee State. That Game 3 matchup, I'm very excited for.
I said as well here, well, I know you already talked about match 3 and the differences that the Shawnee State side have to go to against the KCG Chaos team that are very much used to this placement. Maxine, you get to see all these matches. Are there any matches here that you think will be the most interesting matches of the evening?
See, personally, I think that the Midwest Mafia and Serenyx Esports match will be relatively close, making it a very interesting match. Both teams ranked pretty similarly, seeded similarly. I think it'll be a very close match, at least a game 6 or 7.
Well, if you're predicting at least a game 6 or 7, there's a lot of games that's going to be played today. There's 4 different matches again. We're going to be starting in just a few moments with Justice for Solo and Sloth Command. But before we get to our matches here, we got to get to our brackets. And no, not the bracket that you already saw here. The bracket as we see it. We're the analysts. We're the smart ones, right? We'll see about that. We'll see if all of you in chat agree with us or not. But we have some pretty impressive predictions here. So let's start things out with the... Well, since I'm the host, I guess I get to go first here. We'll start things out with my predictions here. This is who I think is going to win this whole thing, and this is where I think things are going to end up. We're going to be focusing a lot on our matches here, but quarterfinals, semifinals, grand finals, I have Knight winning this thing, and I know, not very interesting, but this is a 100x Knight, this is a 100x Knight roster that I think are a team that can win, and I guess that's not saying much. They've already won before. They won the Pinnacle Cup last season against a very solid Egoists team in the grand final. This season's a lot tougher, but I still have Knight winning it. They just won the Paradise Cup not too long ago, including winning the vast majority of their 3v3 games. This is a team that in ATS doesn't lose 3v3 games often. Still, and that's why I think they are the team that's going to win this whole thing, although they are going to have some tough matchups. I don't know if Cole or Maxine, if you have any agreements or disagreements with this bracket and what you think is going to happen here.
Well,
Maxine,
personally,
you want to start because I've been talking a lot.
Yeah. See, personally, I think that you are severely underestimating KCG Chaos against Shawnee State University. They have been playing with their sub almost the entire season and still found a way to make their way into the playoffs and into the final bracket. So imagine how scary they will be going into this playoffs now that they have their full starting roster, especially after their very impressive RLCS and, other leagues that they play in. Those runs were incredible. They beat some very well-known and went very far against some very well-known players and teams.
Well, you talk about KCG Chaos and how they're going to perform. I have a very strong suspicion. I think I know where your bracket is going to lead us here. But we'll take a look at your predictions now. Maxine, if we will. And obviously, as expected, I'm not surprised that the one caster here that's from KCG is expecting KCG to win this thing, but I think the major surprise is Serenyx Esports making the one that they are. You have Serenyx Esports not only beating Midwest Mafia, but Justice for Solo. Talk to me through that. What makes you think Serenyx Esports have what it takes to essentially go to the Grand Finals in their first season as a team?
Well, personally, I have seen them play for a very long time. They were previously known as, I think, Ya Esports. So, they haven't been Serenyx Esports for long. They have been a team for a pretty gosh darn long time. And in that Paradise Cup crew battles, they made the grand finals, only losing out to 100x Knight, which was very impressive. They have some very impressive talent on that team. And I also just kind of want to see that KCG Chaos versus Serenyx Esports grand final. Those two teams are so competitive, so close. Every single time I see them play, it is a fun, close match, and I just want to see it happen again.
I love what you're saying there as well. You expect some pretty impressive upsets here, whereas on the other side, IceColeBrew, not really predicting that many upsets here. Really, the only upset that you are predicting is that KCG Chaos make quite a run into this bracket. Cole, you and Maxine seem to agree here. What makes you think KCG Chaos have what it takes to not only beat Shawnee State, but to utterly embarrass them in a tournament where they are one of the favorites to win?
I genuinely think because early on in the month, we got to see Royals play with Shawnee State University throughout the entire 7-week period for the Pinnacle Cup. And Royals only stepping out for one series, I believe. But now they don't have them. It's just Adverse. Adverse only had that one chance to prove themselves. I know they're high ranked. I know they have a really impressive ones MMR. And they're peaking at 2371 in threes as well. However, I just don't think they really have that chemistry yet with Shawnee State University. I don't think they're going to be able to overcome Krusty Crew Gaming. KCG Chaos is a scrappy team. I've seen them play multiple times. I know Krusty has developed a very strong team who are used to fighting from below. And that's why I truly do believe they're going to take this series. And I think Shawnee State's going to be underprepared for how KCG Chaos will take them down. Because as I can see, they've only faced off once against KCG Chaos. And if I remember that scoreline correctly, I think Shawnee State won, but now with the new lineup, it could just be Chaos reigning at the end of the day.
Well, we have a lot of interesting predictions here, and a lot of teams expected to win. Two of us have Knight, one of us has KCG Chaos, but we also have to talk about MVPs. We've seen a lot of players lead this season. We've seen a lot of players make their way through. Clearly, at the end of this bracket, I mean, everybody knows this. At the end of the bracket, we always have a regular season MVP announcement. So, sorry, at the end of the playoffs, we have a playoff MVP announcement. We've already had our MVP announcement for the regular season. That went to Peaky. This is the rating from the end of the regular season. Now, a lot of these players aren't still playing in this final bracket. Anybody there on Torque or Team Skyline, they're not in this final bracket. But there's a good amount of players here that have. Peaky, Perscope, Taco Stash, Manny LR. All these players have played during the season and are high up on the ratings at the end of the season as well. There's a lot of people here that can win that MVP award. Now, last season, it was won by Jared. He's not on this ratings, but he's definitely a player that I think could win it again. But I want to hear from both of you. Who do you think is going to win the MVP award in this final bracket? Because it really could be anyone, but do you have a player that you think we should watch out for? Specifically, we'll start with Maxine. Who do you have that you think is likely to be a player to watch out for the MVP award?
See, in my not so professional opinion, I think that we should definitely look out for either Talk or Brock. Brock being a player who was out for most of the season, he was on vacation. I think he only played 2 or 3 series with Chaos, and in those series they did win or at least keep it close. So I think we should definitely look out for Brock. He hasn't been here, but he knows when to show up. He knows when it matters.
Well, as you said as well, I mean, it really does come down to how you play on the day here, but Cole, I can see you're a little bit apprehensive back there. Yeah, I think you have someone else in mind that you think should be an MVP award winning player.
Because it's tried and true to every single time I've seen them perform, I think 100x Knight, it's specifically going to go to Manny on this one. Manny has been that primary striker. They can do it all. They can find assists. They can find saves. They're very smart on that defensive rotation. they're able to find openings. Granted, a lot of them are set up by Periscope, who I'm not going to lie, also an MVP contender. But Manny, to me, is that person who really cinches it at the end of the day. They are that clutch factor that you really need. I think can truly step up and lead a 100x night and get that MVP award for playoffs specifically. He's just played very well throughout the season. He's played well across different leagues.
Well, I love what you say there, Manny Alara. I think he's so often an unspoken hero on 100x Night. So often because Jared takes over so often. But, as you mentioned, he is definitely part of the reason why this team won last season, has won many seasons before, why they continue to win tournament after tournament, while they haven't lost in a very long time. But it's going to be tough to see, because at the end of this tournament, we are going to have an MVP. It is going to be an agreed-upon decision. It's a tough call. But we're here. We're ready. I think we're about ready to get our first match underway. Justice for Solo takes on Sloth Command in our first match of the evening. Justice for Solo are our #1 overall seed, including the regular season MVP in Peaky, who, as we said before, a very high-level player, very intelligent player, a player who himself is second, is actually tied for first with goals with Manny LR. As you said before, he's also #1 on saves by a pretty wide margin too. So this is a player in Peaky who gets involved in a lot of things. He is also #1 on score. He's simply put involved in a lot. I think if Justice for Solo, if they're going to do well in this final bracket, it's not about how they play against Sloth Command. It's about how Peaky plays. Because if Peaky falls apart, if he can't play well, this team can really struggle out of Justice for Solo. And during the season, we've seen times where they've fallen apart, seen times where they've kind of not pulled everything together. I think against Sloth Command, they're heavy favorites. But for this bracket, it really comes down to Peaky.
I'm inclined to agree. Peaky is going to be that standout player against Sloth Command as well. I feel like Sloth Command does have an opportunity to be the unexpected leader here, able to break away. But I think in general, none of us really see that chance. And if Sloth Command had been listening to us talk this entire past 25 minutes, then you know that they're stacked as the underdog, and they could just be very comfortable fighting from below the entire time.
Yeah, Sloth Command had to make through the final bracket qualifier. They had their win over Twerk for nothing. I believe it actually was a forfeit win for them here. But their regular season wasn't great. 3-3, not a strong record. They've suffered a lot this season. But they haven't played this team at all this season. They have not played this team at all this season in Justice for Solo. Maxine, do you consider that an advantage for Sloth Command that they haven't played Justice for Solo, that they might know this team, but they don't know what they're like this season?
I think that it might be an advantage, but I don't think it's going to matter all too much in the end. I think that Justice for Solo is just too powerful team, especially when Peaky is playing at his peak. It is just a very hard team to play against, especially with someone like Peaky on it.
Yeah, it definitely is. Peaky's going to make things a lot more difficult for Sloth Command, but let's get into our predictions here. Obviously, we've seen your predictions earlier, but we're going to just talk through them again here and maybe get some final statements. We'll start with Maxine. Who do you have winning the series, and by how much?
See, for me, I think that Justice for Solo is going to win the series, but I think Sloth Command can get one game off of them. I think that Sloth Command is going to come out swinging. They're going to come out fast. They're going to play their best. And I think they might be able to get that first game off of Justice for Solo, just catching them by surprise, and then Justice for Solo, they'll lock in, recoup, and win the rest.
We'll see about that one here. A 4-win prediction. IceColeBrew, what do you have to say?
For me, it's still that 4-2, and I truly think Justice for Solo are going to come in hard and heavy for the first 3 games, and then remember they're here for the long run. They're here for a tournament run, and they're going to just come off the gas a bit too quick and a bit too easily, and that's when Sloth Command's going to come in with 2 wins shortly after, and Justice for Solo will call a timeout at that point in time in order to recover, and then close out the series to move on against Serenyx Esports, probably, hopefully.
Yeah, as you said as well here, Justice for Solo, we are all seemingly in agreement, and that is because we all actually are in agreement here. I also have them winning, but I have it 4-1. I think, I don't think they're going to sweep this Sloth Command team. It's very tough to sweep teams in a best-of-7 series. I think that's unlikely to happen, but what I can say is likely to happen is that we're going to have our series in just a few moments here. So again, what a match it will be, what a bracket it will be, as we'll take a look again at our matches coming up later this evening. That's not the bracket. That is the bracket there. So again, what a matchup it will be overall. But again, it's a great day to be an ATS fan here at IceColeBrew. We've got our best of 7 just about to go underway, our first quarterfinals of the evening, and we haven't even mentioned as well the upcoming Amateur Rocket League Champions Cup. That was announced on our server not too long ago, and you may be wondering, well, how do you invite teams? The answer is, we're actually not going to invite teams. It's whoever can make the semifinals will be guaranteed that spot, although there is a little difference in that. Justice for Solo have already guaranteed a spot from the Kyohaku Rocket League series as well, so they've already guaranteed their spot invited in. So actually, they've already made it. But if Sloth Command can win, they'll be one of the teams invited into that Champions Cup. So not only are they battling for, the chance to win this thing, to get some money, but also for future tournament access here, because if you can't make the top 4, your chances of making it are extremely slim.
That's right. And with how KRLS is highly competitive, we still have Cross Progression League currently ongoing as well. There are going to be many teams who may not be able to hit that top 4 spot, may not be able to make it into that guaranteed spot for Amateur Rocket League at this point in time through Ascend. But they still have that chance over at Cross Progression League. I know they're ongoing. I've seen KCG Chaos over there currently. I know Midwest Mafia has also been playing as well. And we can just see many of these teams have a rematch moment. If Sloth Command is able to come up and find another chance against Justice for Solo, they're going to take that opportunity when they can.
Yeah, definitely, as you said, if they can get opportunities, they can. We haven't mentioned much about Sloth Command today, or really about Sloth Squad Nation, the only org that actually has multiple teams in this top 8, including Sloth Command and Sloth Dark. They're the underdog in both matchups here, Sloth Squad. When you're an underdog in a matchup like this, Cole, what do you think is the keys to success? Because obviously, it's single elimination, winner moves on, seeding really doesn't matter, but being the underdog is itself a problem. What do you think is going to be the way for all these underdog teams, like Sloth Dark, like Sloth Command, to get wins against some formidable opponents that are likely not going to budge very easily?
Honestly, I think at the end of the day, it's just adaptability. How quick can we react and then plan ahead against the offense of our opposition? If Justice for Solo is coming at us very quick, speedy, how quickly can we predict where their passing lanes are going to be? How fast can we deny them airspace before they go in for a ceiling touch? How quick can we react off that backboard in order to take advantage of that space and then get a nice clear in order to have that ball under our control and put pressure back on them? That adaptability, whether you are Sloth Command or Sloth Dark, is going to be huge against 2 high teams that they are both up against. Like you said, they're underdogs. They have to be scrappy. They have to really fight for that chance to progress onward to semifinals. And more importantly, if they can get that upset, how proud will the Sloth Nation be about that performance? And then if they can close off with it being a grand final matchup between the Sloth squads, they're going to be so happy about having a $300 total prize pool for themselves.
Yeah, as you said as well, $300 up for grabs, $200 for players to take, $300 split across only the top 2 teams. So you got to make it all the way to the grand finals, which will be tomorrow. If you are wondering, today is just the quarterfinals. It's just the first round of action. Tomorrow is when it will all come to a close. Championship Sunday. Tomorrow we start at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. This stream will start at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And again, we'll be live again with semifinals and grand finals. But for now, quarterfinals action here is Justice for Solo and Sloth Command will be taking to the field momentarily, but again, as we wait a little bit longer here, we've been mentioning a lot about Peaky, but we haven't mentioned a lot about the players on Sloth Command, and I really feel like if you want to mention Sloth Command, the player I would mention would be Raisin, their sub. If Raisin's playing tonight, which I don't think is too unlikely, he's got one of the best demos ratios out there. I think it's 1.67. Basically, the number of demos he's taking, he's giving to people, and the number of demos he's taken from people is 1.67 if you divide those two. So he's one of the best players when it comes to demos. He's one of the best players when it comes to inflicting demos and not getting demoed. So expect, if Raisin's playing tonight, which is not unlikely, expect that could be a very interesting to look into, that the demo game may not work against Sloth Command, and Justice for Solo might just have to use their own individual talent. Another thing to mention about Justice for Solo, they're one of the few teams here that actually have a coach in this tournament, in green sleeves. So they have a coach playing, they have a coach this event, they have a coach that's helping them out. I think we've seen a lot already how important a coach can be for teams, considering a lot of these teams don't have coaches, but Justice for Solo do. Talk to me about the advantage that it is to have a coach like green sleeves here for Justice for Solo who can talk to them and help them out during this tournament.
Absolutely, and I had the wonderful experience of having a coach in my corner whenever I played with Swordfish Esports, and it's nice to have that voice of reason behind you throughout that match. Someone who can give you a quick calm, just something to tell you to calm down, recognize what you need to be. And then during that minute in between matches as well, help you recognize issues that you could not see because you were focused on your gameplay and focused on the field. But that coach is there to see the bigger picture. That coach is there to be that worm in your ear who whispers that advice, who gives you that command that makes you realize we can play just a bit better than what we just did. And having that coach is so important and speaks volumes about how Justice for Solo has performed throughout that 7-week period. And ideally, is going to perform throughout this Pinnacle Cup tournament.
As you said as well, this Pinnacle Cup tournament is going to be one where these players are really, really going to be tested here. Well, we're going to be waiting a little bit longer. Seems like there's some slight issues here with these teams and joining on in. I bet a lot of them are in practice and and are not just out of practice yet, but again, we're waiting a little bit longer for these things. But while we're at that, I mean, there's so many good matches this evening, so many good teams this evening. I know we both predicted our next night to be the team that wins this tournament, but I mean, Justice for Solo, you can't deny how good this team has been this season. They're one of a few teams that actually have beaten Knight this season as well, only suffering one loss in total. Justice for Solo have been a very solid team. Their only loss actually coming to Team Skyline Academy, which is quite an oddity considering that team isn't even in this final bracket. But again, this is a Justice for Solo team that's beaten everyone, has beaten Knight. It's a team that in themselves have gotten better as the season's gone on. But they are not the highest ranked team here, so coming into this event, it's going to be that team play. It's going to be the way that they're playing that, it's going to be the way that they're playing that I think is going to really dictate how they play in this tournament, because rank isn't going to win you this thing. We've seen already in the Pinnacle Cup. It's closer than it ever has been. Rank's not going to win you this event on its own. It really does come down to which team is the better team, not which player is the better player.
It really is. And that's, again, I think why all of us were in agreement about 100X Night, because one thing we have to recognize with the 100X Night organization is they run a really tight ship. They are consistently competing at a fairly high level for RLCS. They are showing up for weekly tournaments and performing, if not top 4, if not at grand finals, then at least top 8 at that point in time. On top of that, they also have provided a lot of resources and guidance. They have teams who stay connected to each other and continue to look out for each other. There's mentorship throughout that entire program. So 100X Night, just seeing them win feels like the right call to make, but it also feels like making that call of seeing a D1 school going up against a D2, and because they have a bigger budget and a higher coaching staff than the other team, it makes sense that 100X Night could be seen as that grand finalist. Now, if again, this could happen. Rocket League is a game about momentum. It is a game about who has that most aggressive behavior, who can adjust quickly, who can react faster, who can carry that momentum in their favor. We could, again, easily see an upset happening at the end of tomorrow. And it's going to take a lot of effort to see teams break down. As I see, we just have one team joining already.
Yeah, as you said, again, one team has already joined. Justice for Solo is in the lobby. As we're again getting a message here. Apparently, Sloth Command is running behind, so we'll hopefully get things sorted out very, very soon here. But again, hopefully we'll get things underway in just a moment. But again, Sloth Command seemingly having some minor issues.
You know, it's not grand finals, it's not tournament season without the minor issue here and there, if I'm being honest. As we have a different sub coming in.
Yeah, for the sub playing
Justice for Solo. Yeah, they have Hubby.
That's Keeters. That's by the way, that's Keeters. He forgot to change his username beforehand. We'll get him to change his name back. But that is Keeters, by the way. So he's been their sub for the whole season. He hasn't played a ton, but I mean that can make things even better for Sloth Command. For Keeters here. For them, they're playing with Keeters now, so Justice for Solo have to play the sub. That's not something that they often do. And for Sloth Command, if they want any reason to get back, maybe that's the way that they gotta start. They gotta start by taking advantage of the fact that this team is playing with a player that they're maybe not as used to.
And that could also be good for Justice for Solo as well, too, if they want to update priority on who's going to be that main striker in the moment or how they're going to fix their rotations, that could be a chance to also be unexpected moving through the tournament. Actually, at least up against Sloth Command at this point in time. And thank you for the note. I will remember to call them Keeters. I will try my best to do so. As it's typical thing where you always have Rocket League players change their name and then forget that the caster will not recognize that they changed their name unless they tell them directly. I feel like you and I can both speak volumes about how that has been a consistent issue in every tournament season we've ever run.
As you said, as well, we're going to wait a little bit longer here because both these teams have appeared late, but Sloth Command haven't shown up just yet. So what we're going to do right now is I think we're going to go to a short break just to hopefully get sorted out what's happening around here. When we come back, hopefully we'll have Just for Solo Sloth Command, our first quarterfinals of the night. See you guys in just a few minutes. Welcome back in, everyone. Welcome back. Well, we've been waiting a little while here. The result has been that the match has been delayed a little bit longer than expected, so this is a Game 1 forfeit for Sloth Command, but they do have a sub available in Sandsbar, who himself actually has already played this season, although illegally he played for Sloth Dark mid-season. He is now here as the sub for Sloth Command, so let's get this series underway. We automatically will start in game number 2. So let's get things going here. Sloth Command already down a game in this series. Justice for Solo have already gotten themselves one. They're looking for even more to go to the semifinals. We apologize for the delays, but it seems like everything is up and ready. Welcome to the series. Welcome tonight, everybody, and welcome to Justice for Solo versus Sloth Command. As already a goal goes in, that is Keeters, by the way, who will find the first strike. And Sloth Command playing with multiple different subs in Sandsbar and Racing. This is a tough match for them. They're just hoping to survive at this point.
I have to say, as much as I would have loved to see an upset, they do need to just take this one step at a time. As Keeter's looking for a second goal, ball already towards that orange side. Doc Brown missed that first save for that first goal, gets that second one. Able to break away here. At this point in time, they just need to force down Justice for Solo to their pace and take it one step at a time. They have at least one more game that they can give up before they need to be concerned. And at 30 seconds past so far, at least Doc Brown, no warm-up needed, is putting that ball in front of the net, but Minnie's going to scoop it out, pinch it away.
Yeah, great job there from Minnie. Almost lost that play. Dr. Brown will probably be the player to watch if you are on Justice for Solo. He's the only starter that's actually playing tonight in this matchup. So I feel like if you're going to shut down anyone, it's going to be Dr. Brown. It's going to be the guy who has played in most of this team's matches. Racing also going to be an interesting player to look out for. He's, again, for the very few games he's played, he's already one of the better demo players in this league. But Justice for Solo will just have to wait a little bit longer here as they'll look for the play upfield. 5 stars challenged by Racing. Up goes 2. Minnie and Keeters both running into each other. A little bit of awkwardness as Sloth Command will take this one back as Dr. Brown with the flick. Still upfield will be challenged by Minnie as this one. 5 stars. Left for Keeters to the back wall. Second touch doesn't have it. Minnie will hold on, and Justice for Solo will keep that 1-goal lead intact as trying to break their way through. Sloth Command have done a great job holding on so far, but the big issue for them has been this. They just can't get downfield. They're just, as a team, obviously they all don't know each other that well, and it is very tough individually to beat Justice for Solo.
Sandsbar able to get that touch off the backboard, is trying to break away here. One thing I'm noticing too is Racing typically has one of the members of Justice for Solo behind him. That could be very dangerous if he's last man. Ball towards center. Sandsbar can't go up to challenge. It's going to be Racing catching that ball at the half-court line. Trying to find a center for the team, puts it hard. Dr. Brown tries to bring it inside, but instead it hits it a bit too high, a bit too fast as Minnie clears it to Keeters. Now Minnie on target, just knocked away while Justice for Solo continue to keep this aggressive run on their side.
Yeah, this Justice for Solo team is not slowing down as that's an open net! Minnie will take it! Well, he'll put in another one for Justice for Solo. Minnie finding Keeters, finding Minnie off the play off the post. And Justice for Solo, it's a slow movement here. They're not doing all that much to overwhelm Sloth Command, but slowly but surely, their advantages, their many advantages, are rearing their ugly heads. Sloth Command, it's already going to be tough enough for them to beat them had they had their normal roster, but playing with subs, playing as a lower-ranked team, all that really is just falling into place perfectly for Justice for Solo and being the higher-rated team, being the team that knows each other a lot better, being the team that is ready for this match, more ready than Sloth Command is. Justice for Solo, again, it's a slow movement. They're not scoring all that many. They're not really taking all that many, but it's working. It's consistent, and in a matchup like this where the pressure is going to be high, consistency really is the key to victory.
Consistency is the key to victory, and you know Sloth Command really want that consistency, but so far their offense is moving like the mascot name of a sloth. Struggling a little bit more, and have to credit, they just weren't really able to get warm-up time. They have to do it in the match. Racing, beautiful save at the back line, finds an opening. Dr. Brown trying to find a connection between Sands and Racing, but they're outpacing each other a bit too much. A double commit once again for Sloth Command as Keeters gets that ball into the orange side of the pitch. Minnie with a rare miss. It's going to go back to 5 stars. It's going to come off the side of the wall, off the ceiling. Racing with the dunk. trying to go for some donuts, but sadly it's going to be Mini caught down the center line drive as Keeters looks for a flick, denied by Doc Brown once more. Chance for a breakaway, but with Mini with plenty of boost and Doc Brown completely out. Sloth Command struggle to find that offense once again.
Yeah, they really have had basically nothing upfield here, and Justice for Solo making it look very easy as they'll find a third. It's Mini again here. 2 for 3. Mini. Well, we've been talking a lot about Peaky being involved in everything. Obviously, not here tonight. They're playing with Mini instead, and the Justice for Solo team is one where any of these players can play and they'll still be successful. Mini really taking over in that position of just being in the middle of the play, Justice for Solo. So far, to its successes, I don't know what that is, a double fake kickoff, but saved away regardless, and I've loved the role that Mini has taken this game. He's been really in the middle of the play, he's been making the offense happen, and he's been making the goals go in. If Mini continues to play like this Justice for Solo team, all they really need to do is just follow him, and that's where they'll find goals.
I'd even go so far to say Mini is trying to make a case for themselves to be MVP of the Pinnacle Cup for this final tournament. And you can see a great justification there. I mean, 2 goals, 2 saves, 2 assists, near 75% goal participation. I apologize, 100% goal participation so far as they try to find another center, this time to Keeters. Ball denied by Doc Brown, looking just for 1 goal. Just that one magic touch that will get Sloth Command started on the offensive run, but so far they are looking at a goose egg, and they can yet crack that shell as Many going coast to coast. One more touch, tries to put it inside. Sands with the save across the bar.
Yeah, Sandsbar, a tough block there. The Oregoner for Sloth Squaw Nation, the only Oregon with 2 teams in this bracket. The lowest ranked player in this lobby by a pretty large margin, but he's done a good job at least staying involved. Although his Knights only going to get tougher here as it's shot in! Sloth Command denied by Justice for Solo, still looking for their first goal of the night. But J4S will not give it to them here as Keeters off the back wall, leaves it. Mini can't shoot this one, but 5 stars will go. 5 stars to the side wall. Cleared away as Racing. Mini will hit it into his own nets. That's the first goal of the night for Sloth Command, but it really won't feel like it's earned here. Justice for Solo. What a saving each other. They're in free form. They're happy as can be. And with how Game 2 is moving, there's no reason why they shouldn't be happy.
And honestly, that's not really the way you want it to go either. It's essentially 5 goals in favor of Justice for Solo at the end of the day. They've yet to drop a single net against themselves outside of just scoring on themselves right there. And Rate's a bit frustrated too. It feels like the pacing on Sloth Command just hasn't really matched up right now. I don't know whether it's they just need a little bit more time to find what gears are going to click into place in order to become that well-oiled machine on offense, or just for Solo. They've been playing so speedy, so quickly, and a lot of this offensive momentum's been motioned through by Mini that Sloth Command's been struggling to catch up right now.
We'll just have to wait and see here as the pressure is only being added on more and more. Reminder, both these teams do have tactical timeouts, so no call here for either of these teams to use it, but you really feel like those timeouts could be a big difference maker, especially for teams that get off to a bad start like this Sloth Commander team has. I think it's an interesting call for them not to take one now, but they're choosing not to take one. Going down 0-2, clearly they hope that this third game will be the game for them. I think if they lose this third game, they don't stand a chance to win this series, no matter if they use that tactical timeout or not. So we'll get back in, and you know what? Also good news for you. Keeters has finally changed his username back, so we're going into game number 3, and we've got a couple good things to go. Yeah, I know, we're all happy. We're all happy up here. Keeters has changed his name. As I said, it needed a game to update, but we are ready to go here as Justice for Solo up 2-0 in this series, but Sloth Command looking to answer back as best they can, trying to find a goal that won't be because Justice for Solo wanted to score on themselves. I don't feel like that goal from last game counted as being the first of the series for Sloth Command.
Really?
In my mind, I don't think they've scored yet, and they need to find something to get themselves momentum, because right now, not scoring, that's about the worst start you could ask for in a matchup where it is win or go home.
Honestly, yeah, and you can see Racing is really hungry to actually get that first goal for the team. That's 2 offensive chances that they've tried to strike through, and that flip reset from right outside the strike zone, they were hoping to get that redirect to get it away from 5 stars, but just didn't fall through. Mini going to take the first shot off the pass from 5 stars now, and continuing that offensive run for Justice for Solo. Beautiful setup for 5 stars, just goes off the wall, and then Mini comes in, pinches off. Racing can't catch up in time. Justice for Solo back to form for them.
Back in form, as you said, Justice for Solo. It really feels like they're not taking this game too seriously, but you know what? That might be for the better here. 5 stars off the kickoff, and J4S, again, they're not taking this seriously. Look at what Keeters is doing on the kickoff. They're not taking this seriously. They're trying to play as casually as possible, and although it might be a little bit, it might make Sloth Command a little bit annoyed, I understand why they're doing this. They're just trying to not put themselves under any pressure in a matchup like this against a team that they know they should be beating. No pressure for themselves. They're not putting themselves under pressure. They're not making themselves worried. They're just trying to play calm and collected, knowing that the opportunities are theirs, but Sloth Command finally put one in after, having only 1 goal last game from an own goal from J4S. Finally, it's them who will be their own goal scorers as Dr. Brown has the first of the night for Sloth Command. They're hoping it will be the first of many in a comeback that really needs to start here.
It was a beautiful setup, too, from Rayson, who catches that unexpected cut, sends that ball off the side, and then recognizing Sans positioning as well, too, able to fake out the opposition, tries to go in for a tight angle shot, doesn't fall through. Now, looking for another goal. It's going to be Sans picking up the first one. Gave up the first goal, will happily take second place here. Ties it up 2-2, and it's Rayson racing to push that offensive momentum forward and picking up speed, forcing his team, dragging them along to play to that momentum and catch up to where he's at. Rayson being that offensive push for the team right now.
Yeah, definitely is, and as I said before, Rayson's been involved in a lot of plays, a lot of demo plays, but clearly he doesn't want to be a one-type player, and you really can't be in this final bracket. Justice for Solo meeting a much tougher and more formidable Sloth Command now that they've gotten to see them after one game. Racing the clear, 5 stars to send it back in. Will play it to Mini. Doc Brown can't get there. Keeters will score, and the lead is back to Justice for Solo.
Great corner placement from 5 stars. Goes up to challenge. Mini follows through. Doc Brown, last man back, close post, can't really do much. Had to confirm the touch, but because of Keeters, able to sneak through, gets that 1 goal, puts that 1 leg up, gets that 1 goal lead right back for J4S. Now Sans, pass over to Rayson. Sans doesn't have a lot of boost to catch up to that ball as it floats through the air. Puts him in an awkward position. Negative angle for 5 stars, still goes through, and Keet will come in with the mop to clean it up.
Yeah, Keeter is just going to clean this play up, but I love this touch from 5 stars. I mean, he almost scored that as well. It will bounce around, but when you create the chaos like Justice for Solo are, success will come your way. No matter what you're doing, no matter how weird it may look, if you can create chaos, I promise you, that defense, they're going to struggle a lot more than the offense will at recovering. And J4S now leading by 2 with 3 minutes to go. With how slow Game 2 felt like, Game 3, a definite need change of pace for both these teams. It's a lot faster, a lot more cohesive, and a lot more competitive than what Game 2 felt like.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a bit more of what J4S coming to form looks like, even with a sub on the pitch. Mini apparently stepping back at the half-court line. It's going to be 5 stars picking this one up off the sidewall. Has a chance, goes for the backboard, looks for a setup to Keeters, but Keeters just a bit late to react as that ball drops down. We're hitting the halfway mark here. Rayson still trying to drag his team to the front lines, trying to push that momentum forward, trying to put pressure onto J4S. It's going to be Rayson on the crossbar, gets demoed by Keet. Sans tries to drop it at Doc Brown, but sadly the doctor is out. 5 stars with the demo play. Rayson scrambling to challenge. Ball dropped right post from 5 stars.
Yeah, just a very awkward looking play. Sloth Command getting demoed as well, and everybody's looking at what Keeters will do here, and I think for Dr. Brown, he's expecting Keeters to make that touch, but it never came. 5 stars will find the bottom right corner, and Justice for Solo, as I think many are expecting, still dominant in this matchup. It's more competitive, but last game really wasn't competitive at all. This one feels like it's more competitive because Sloth Command got goals early. They'll get another one with Dr. Brown looking to prove me wrong here. You can't deny Sloth Command have at least kept things rather close to what we were expecting from this side, and with the way that they're playing, it really feels like it's within their grasp here. They have the ability to do it, but they got a lot more work to do.
And I think one thing to call out is we've been paying attention to Rayson so much, who's been trying to make that adjustment, not going for just demos anymore, just trying to set up passing plays, trying to be that playmaker. But in the meantime, Justice for Solo really putting that pressure back on. Great demo plays all around. And going to what we really need Sloth Command to be able to adapt to. They have to pay attention to these passing lanes. They have to deny these openings and try to find the true striker in that moment, which right now has been 5 stars and keep Peters in the moment. Doc Brown gets a ground pinch. Hat trick off to him. Playmaker to Racing. They're going to bring it back down to a 1-goal game off this cluster in front of the strike zone.
Yeah, it's an awkward touch for Mini, who... It's an unfortunate play because he's accidentally pinched it into his own net, but Sloth Command finding opportunities, and they're really taking advantage of the back wall specifically. I'm surprised that the back wall has been as open as it has been out of Justice for Solo, but it has been, and Sloth Command taking full advantage of that open space upfield, and gotta give credit to this team. They didn't give up after how badly Game 2 went for them. They're still well and truly in this thing. They're still battling for Game 3. I mean, they know if they lose this game, it could all very well be over for them in very, very soon. Everything on the line. Really feels like everything up to grabs here for Sloth Command. Doing anything they can to get involved as a pinch on the ground. Saved by Racing. Dr. Brown will clear, but Sloth Command 1 goal away from tying things. A shut down field by Racing. Keeters on the block. 5 stars on the touch. Infield under the net. Sandsbar to Dr. Brown. Keeters will be there first. Dr. Brown never even thought about going for it, as he'll go for the pass again. Sandsbar. Oh, he's not even close to this one as it's played midfield. And Sloth Command will hold on to this one, but less than a minute to go. The pressure is on. Sloth Command, they need one more. They've done very well this game to keep things close, but close will not be enough. They're 1 goal down, and with less than a minute to go, they need at least one more chance to give themselves overtime an opportunity to continue to play in this series, to put the pressure on Justice for Solo and prove that they have what it takes.
And that's been so hard for them right now, because pay attention. The reason why we don't see Doc Brown going up, we see Sands unable to convert that ball towards that blue side of the pitch, is they are low on boost the entire time. Justice for Solo has done a great job of taking away that path from Sloth Command, as Sands has to step back, doesn't get the corner boost. Ball sent back towards his net. Doc Brown able to pick this one up, tries to take it out of the way. Sees Racing, but Mini goes up to challenge, drops that ball at the half-court line. Racing trying to find a moment to breathe. Sands goes up to challenge, but Mini just a bit more mechanical. A very nice aerial acrobatic play. Heat drops this one down. Doc Brown has the ball, but 5 stars does not get that ball to drop. It's going to be Mini looking for a chance, goes for a ground pinch. Ball towards the back. Sands can't catch it. J4S take game 3 and look for a full sweep here.
Yeah, they are only 1 game away from sweeping our first match of the night here. All of us expected Sloth Command to put up somewhat of a battle here, and they have, but it has been far from enough so far. So, potentially 1 more game to go, as we'll have to wait a little bit longer here, but into game 4.
I think so too, and that kind of speaks a bit to me about the mentality of where the teams are at, specifically for Sloth Command. They're already coming in at a disadvantage. They should have taken advantage of that full minute in order to realign themselves and try to set themselves up for success, try to reset themselves for that play. As Justice for Solo have that coach, they don't need to call that timeout. They're already having that conversation, but Sands, Doc Brown, Racing, any one of them could call this timeout, try to elongate the series just a bit longer, partially to cool down Justice for Solo, but also to get themselves prepared for this next match as we go into game 4.
As you said as well, we move into game number 4. No call for a timeout here for either side, so we're going right into this one. It is Justice for Solo who can win the series here, advance to the semi-finals. Only 1 more win needed. Sloth Command are holding on to life desperately in the quarterfinals, but with it being single elimination with the pressure on, they've now got a reverse sweep, Justice for Solo, to make it further in this event to get a potential spot. As what a shot already! My goodness, Keeters! Justice for Solo not letting things down in that. That is a perfect play, a perfect pass, and an even better shot.
Beautiful redirect, just catches it right on the front bumper and just sends it in far post away from that final defender. And that has to be frustrating. Now Racing chasing after the ball. The fake works out for J4S, but almost does not. Hits the woodwork. Doc Brown breaks away. It's going to be Keeters. Sends this ball upfield. Tries to find a break in the action. It's going to be 5 stars. Moving the ball all the way out to the corner. It's going to be Doc Brown. Able to pick this one up, still can't keep it under control, but a nice 50 will buy some time for Sands and Racing to double commit on this play and try to keep it away from J4S. They want to go ahead and pick up that next goal in order to keep some momentum on their side, but mentality could be breaking through here, Sporty.
Dr. Brown racing, stopped by Keeters. And it will be Mini again who will look for number 2. Sandsbar is off in Narnia. And it is a second for Justice for Solo. You can tell Sloth Command, they want to press the issue. They want to press the problem. But when you play up that high, if you give the ball away, you have no chance to go back and defend it.
Yeah, just playing a full court press and trying to get in the face of your opposition can lead to problems in your rotation. Provide that opening just like we saw as now it's a 2-0 lead for Justice for Solo. But maybe we see a comeback of game 3 where it's going to be a rematch and maybe the script will flip. We'll see Sloth Command find their first goal slowly after their second and then just continue to find momentum. Sands off target. Off to the left side, Mini able to put this one out to the corner, and Mini now looking to put the ball to pasture will not be able to break through that gate.
Sloth Command had a wide open net there for Sandsbar. He is still on the attack. Oh, that's off the bar. Sloth Command nearly snuck one over a 5 stars. Racing the challenge. I love what they're doing here. Sloth Command moving this ball around, but it's the same issue they had before. Boost is going to be a problem for them on offense. Still, they have a lot. Racing can't put it on target. Dr. Brown missed it completely. Keeters will get the clear. And Sloth Command will be playing a much more heavy commit sort of offense. It is the same sort of result here. They need openings, and this might be it. Justice for Solo all out of position. Dr. Brown, second touch. What a block from Mini, and 5 stars to clear that. That just diffused the situation entirely there. That touch from Mini, and Justice for Solo, no chance. I have given no chance for Sloth Command to score.
Negative angle. Key wanted to drop this ball down inside. 5 stars, just a bit too soft, a bit too slow. Needs to firm up the touch. Goes for another chance. Tries to put it back towards the net. It's off the right post. Doc Brown, no boost on a goose egg, but a hope and a prayer in the air will pay off, and they will find a miracle in that save. Sadly, it's not strong enough as that ball heads back over towards their ceiling, right towards the center. Keat will drop it down center. A soft bounce right over the final defender to be 3-0.
And for a team that has some pretty strong shooters, the passing has really made a difference here, and I don't think we're too surprised. This is a Justice for Solo team that, again, is not the highest ranked team in this division, not even the highest ranked by a decent margin. But you can see why they are considered one of the two teams that have done as well as they have, why they were able to beat teams like X Knight. It's that teamwork that this roster has, and even with their subs, you can tell that the teamwork is still very much the reason why they are as good as they are. So just continue to see that, and really continue to see the passing, and how it has been perfect from Justice for Solo, and exactly the reason why they are here playing against Sloth Command and why they're leading 3-0 against Sloth Command, because simply put, that passing is going to be really hard to stop as a play off the ceiling. Oh, Mini just missed it high, and it will be the other way as Sandsbar to net. Keeters will not get to it, and Sandsbar puts it in. I don't think he scored all night here, but Sandsbar trying to reel his team back in, and Keeters, he stopped moving in the corner. I think he was waiting for the boost, never had it spawn in time. And it's Sandsbar who will find the net. Sloth Command now need 2 more with 2 minutes to go.
Peters went out on break thinking he had an hour-long break. Turned out he only had 15 minutes. Could not even get a Mountain Dew jumpstart from the convenience store across the way. And Sands took full advantage of finding that door open to slam that ball down and in. Gets that momentum for the team, and that's going to be so important for them. But they only have 115 seconds in order to make it count. They need to get 2 more goals, and they need to do it 1 step at a time. 100 seconds left to go. Sands looking for another shot, not powerful enough. Tries to counter Mini, gets it off the right post. Racing is racing a bit too close, as Mini is going to pop this ball across the crossbar. Won't be able to convert here. Still plenty of time for the rest of J4S to catch up and reset on this offensive run.
Yeah, but it won't help them very much here. This is right for Sandsbar. And Sloth Command really playing desperation now. Dr. Brown, that's a heavy touch, but here goes Racing. Easily kept away. Double commit for Justice for Solo, though. As in goes Racing. Blocked by Keeters. Demo in the midfield. No one's covering the net, but Mini will be ready. He'll get that touch away. 1 minute to go as Sandsbar to Racing. This one blocked. Another double commit. Justice for Solo really panicking right now on defense as Sandsbar can't put it on. Off the corner. What a big clear for Keeters. 5 stars will look for Mini, but it's Racing on the ball. This one pinched. 5 stars is there. Mini across the nets. Justice for Solo have been playing a lot of these moments in their own half, but yet they still keep control. Even through all the panic, they still keep control. Sloth Command just cannot seem to win plays, but this one is open off the back wall. Racing missed. Dr. Brown, he won't get a chance.
Ooh, Talk about an outplay for yourself, but that Doc Brown has the perfect prescription for Zanzibar to pick up a second goal. Beautiful assist off the side of the wall, comes down off the ceiling, looks to go for a pinch. Sands rises up, gets it past one defender, and that's just enough to bring it within one. 20 seconds left to go. Can Sloth Command catch up? Odds are like my beard, pretty patchy. As Doc Brown booms this ball over towards the net, drops it for Rayson. Rayson with a chance to find redemption. Cross backboard. Hits it a bit too hard for the double tap. It's going to be Zanzibar. Playing last, goes up to challenge, gets countered by Keats, who puts it into the opposite corner. 5 stars, making the ball far and away, just across the net. It's still alive. Rayson going after the ball, bumps into his own teammate just as for Solo will close it out 4-0 at the end of the day.
And they will eliminate Sloth Command from the Pinnacle Cup just like that. In only 4 games, we've already got one team out of the running. Justice for Solo. I mean, we expected them to have this kind of result, especially against a team like, especially against the Sloth Command that is playing with substitutes, not playing with their usual roster. And yet, even then, it was still a decent battle. It tells you just how close this division is. Even matches that should seem one-sided still have their intense moments here. Sloth Command, though, I mean, we never really thought they'd had much of a chance in the series to begin with. Even with their starting roster, with a sub, it only makes things worse. And Justice for Solo, as I think we all expected, are into the semi-finals here, IceColeBrew. But I mean, this is only our first match of the evening. We have a lot more action to go. If that's what Justice for Solo is going to do, who knows what the rest of this night's going to be like? Because we've got some pretty intense matches coming up.
That's right. Coming up next, we're gonna have Midwest Mafia versus Serenyx Esports, which we all predicted would probably be a pretty close matchup. I think we went back and forth on who's going to take that series at the end of the day. I truly think it's going to be Serenyx, and I believe as well our other caster, our other analyst, Maxine, believes so on that part. But Midwest Mafia has put up quite a fight, and I can't wait to see how that action rolls out when we come back to see them play in their next series against Serenyx Esports.
As you said, Midwest Mafia and Serenyx Esports. Midwest Mafia won 2 seasons ago. I've been searching for that championship once again ever since. Serenyx Esports, a newer team, but not unknown to us here. We're chasing after the championship in the Paradise Cup, but could not get it against 100X Knights. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it will be another best of 7. Midwest Mafia versus Serenyx Esports.
places I should leave, so close to the edge of something so perfect. We were too scared to take the leap. I'm missing the way we used to be. Let me go. Left me in this mess I'm falling. Never know. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Couldn't get any closer. Try to forget all that we had. I'm rolling like water in the sea. The memories crashing into me. So close to the edge of something so worth it. You had the world right at your feet. And almost is all we'll ever be. We can't get any Let me go. Left me in this mess I'm falling. Never know. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. We couldn't get any closer. We couldn't get any closer. We couldn't get any closer.
And welcome back to the Ascend Tournament Series Season 5 Pinnacle Cup Championship. I'm SWC, joining me here is IceColeBrew. We've got an amazing matchup coming up here. Midwest Mafia versus Serenyx Esports will be next on the docket here, IceColeBrew. All the analysts on the pre-show were expecting this match to be quite close, Midwest Mafia and Serenyx, and for good reason. I think this is, on paper, our closest match of the evening based on rank. But with experience, it's very different. Midwest Mafia, they won the championship 2 seasons ago when we first opened the top division. It went by the Apex Cup 2 seasons ago. Now it's the Pinnacle Cup. They were champions last season, but they're champions 2 seasons ago, but the seasons before, not their best. I believe it was a top 4 finish. Overall, it was not a bad result for them, but obviously for a team that wants to win championships, this season I'm hoping will be the revitalization of themselves here against the Serenyx Esports team that is very, very new. This is going to be a very fun matchup, and again, as everybody expects, the closest match of the evening.
I'm inclined to agree. I mean, just looking at them again on paper, very similar teams for Midwest Mafia and Serenyx Esports, and very different endings for their week as well. We had Midwest Mafia officially knocking out Krusty Crew Gaming Aura at week 7 with a perfect 3-0, while Serenyx went all the way to game 5 against Just just for solo. And mentally, you have to wonder where Serenyx is at, as they know they're facing a team that is going to be a Game 7 banger, in my opinion. I truly think we're just going to go all the way to the end of the day into the series, where it could be anyone's match at the end of the time.
Yeah, as you said as well, it could really be anyone's match, but we you know, a lot of us here have Serenyx Esports winning this thing, but that, and I had to make sure I canceled that out with a little bit of Midwest Mafia fun here. We have a little guest with us here, joining us, a caster for Midwest Mafia and a player as well for Mafia Vendetta. Hello, Fox. Welcome in. It's nice to see you. How are you feeling this evening? It's Pinnacle Cup action.
Yeah, it's been a great evening so far. Thank you guys for having me. And, as ATS once again comes to close on another cup, shout out to all of the admin and stuff who make these wonderful leagues able to, flow so smoothly, flow so competitively. And we have, playoff brackets, playoff Sunday, Rocket League, or playoff Saturday, depending on which league you're in. So ATS is a lot of fun, feeling good, and I appreciate you for having me.
Yeah, of course, here, Fox, and, again, all of us here might be a little bit foolish for thinking that Serenyx Esports are going to win this thing. Talk to us why Midwest Mafia should be the team that we should be predicting to win this event.
Well, Serenyx, they're a good team. I'm not going to, obviously, they're going to show everybody why they're a good team, but for Mafia and players that I have been around for quite some time here in the org, V-Bell, Nate, and Dylan, I believe, are the starting trio for tonight. And, not only do they have a wonderful team chemistry with each other, they've got a great environment where they play more than just Rocket League with each other. They really push each other competitively. So there's a really sort of a family-like feel with this team. They spend a lot of time together. They know each other's tendencies, and they know how each other works. They played in a lot of leagues. They've got, that experience factor. They know what it takes to win leagues. They've been through the wins, through the losses. And, V-Bell, he's always the glue guy, really stout, sturdy defensively. He cleans up a lot of the gaps that maybe some of his team will leave. And then you got Nate, whose mechanics can really be a game changer if he's able to break him out. Not only that, but he's got a great mental. Nate's the kind of player that kind of keeps the things light, helps bring and rally the team around him. Then Dylan, my man has just been an absolute grinder. I've watched Dylan grow all the way down from Grand Champ level all the way up to here in the Pinnacle Cup. And I feel like if Midwest Mafia go far in this tournament, Dylan's probably going to have his hand all over that.
Well, we'll see about that one here. There's so many great players, so many great competitors this evening, and so many great matchups. Again, we all think this match is going to be rather close. So that's a thing that we all agree on as well, that this match is one that's bound to be extremely, extremely competitive no matter which way you look at it. I think all the analysts expect this match to be a Game 7 series as well. So it's close. It's going to be competitive. And IceColeBrew, tell us why you think it's going to be super close. Not only because of how close these teams are, but just in the way that they play, why this is going to be close.
Credit where credit is due. Midwest Mafia is a very strong competitor. You said it earlier. They were Apex Cup winners 2 seasons ago. However, that was 2 seasons ago, and they have yet to attain that same level of greatness that they've had before. The reason why I think Serenyx will force us to a Game 7 is because they're still in growing pains. However, the way I see it at the end of the day, a lot of their adaptability is going to come from their demo plays. It's going to be coming from Soraki and Temp working in tandem extremely well, extremely close together. Soraki especially able to find these openings by creating demos. It's going to provide AV a chance to find goals as well, just off of various plays created by these demos from Soraki, who is going to be my main player to watch the entire time for this series. But Midwest Mafia is no stranger to a shootout. They've gone down and they have gone knuckle to knuckle against teams before. So it's going to be fairly close. And at the end of the day, I think a golden goal opportunity will be created by a demo. It's just going to be who can fire first and who can last out longer.
As you said as well, it really does come down to who can get this one first, who can get themselves going, and who can get things moving here. It's going to be a match of teamwork. It really is going to be a match of teamwork here. And when we're talking about a match of teamwork, there's no team that does it better than Midwest Mafia. Fox, you've known this Midwest Mafia team. They've been teammates for a very, very long time. Just, as an understatement, they've been teammates for a long time. Talk to me about that chemistry they have. I think this is the roster that's been together the longest for a lot of these players. Talk to me about about how that chemistry works in Midwest Mafia, how this team is going to approach this match tonight, because this is a competitive division. It's not the same division that it was 2 seasons ago. It's very different. It's way more competitive, and Midwest Mafia knows they're going to be at their best. What are we going to see from Midwest Mafia that is going to allow them to continue to be that same team we saw during the regular season, tearing up the competition?
For Mafia, I think that the players that you're going to really want to watch are Nate and Dylan, for the mechanics that they're able to bring to the table and some of the playmaking. You know, they're the type of players that can throw the whole team, throw the whole field for a loop. They can really, you know, bend the game to what they want and their mindset. And then as for V-Bell, you know, Captain V-Bell, he's been on this roster for what feels like forever, all the way back in NOLA Flight days, back before Midwest Mafia branched away from NOLA Flight. You know, V-Bell has been, you know, always that sturdy captain style player, and he's the glue. He's what really holds the team together. He's able to bail you out of situations. He can create a little bit of offense as well. So, you know, that chemistry where you have someone who can really hold you together, V-Bell on the field. You've got someone to keep it light in Nate, and you've got someone who's just been on the grind nonstop with Dylan. It's a really potent roster. I'm excited to see what they got. And as for my prediction, it's probably going to be a close series indeed. I got 4-2 for Mafia to Neo Tokyo. They're going to punch their ticket into the semifinals.
Well, last series was a sweep. All of us don't expect that to be the case here. IceColeBrew, talk to me about it. We saw earlier tonight, your prediction was that Serenyx Esports would win this one in Game 7. Talk to me about what's going to separate these two teams. What's going to be the difference?
Just bringing up the conversation again, I think Soraki is going to be the main decisive factor for the team. They're going to find demos and bumps opening up opportunities for Temp and AV, who I got confirmation was pronounced AV, that they're going to find these openings left and right for the team. And just with that, you know, Midwest Mafia can adjust. I've seen them play in great tournaments such as Frost Weekly Blizzard and a few other ones from back in the day that are no longer around. However, Midwest Mafia is a very competitive team as well. They have that level of adaptability of a rank B team. I just think they're going to get caught off guard. They're going to outpace themselves, outplay themselves, and leave themselves down below and get knocked out of this tournament.
Yeah, I like what you're saying as well, and I will be inclined to agree here. Sorry, Fox, even though you might be the Midwest Mafia expert, we both disagree with you still here. I have it going to Game 7 as well, though. So, at the very least, it's going to stay competitive, but I do have our champions from 2 seasons ago getting eliminated in the quarterfinals. Last season, it was the semifinals. They eliminated every single season, though. It gets tougher and tougher, and Midwest Mafia just seems to be unable to adapt to this higher level of competition. So, we're about ready to get things underway here. Thank you for joining us, Fox, as well, as we'll get things going here in just a moment. Our next best of 7 in this matchup. Fox, though, is right about one thing. Midwest Mafia's got some really good team chemistry. If they can activate that, if they can use it, it's really going to come to play here against the Serenyx Esports team that they're not new. They're not. I think the growing pains are gone, but are a team that, you know, don't nearly have the same amount of experience that these players do. V-Bell and company, they've been teammates for a while. Although Nate might be new, they've all been teammates for a very long time. This is not, I don't think it's going to be a surprise at all that we are going to see quite a competitive matchup.
And honestly, I'm so ready to go. I cannot wait to see this action as we're getting the players onto the pitch right now. We're starting off Game 1 of this best of 7. It's going to be Serenyx Esports over the orange, Midwest Mafia in the blue. Sporty, who takes the first goal here?
Well, I feel like if it's going to be anyone, it's going to be Midwest Mafia, as they almost found it there, Dylan. Going for a double tap early, and I was going to mention a good amount about the players of Midwest Mafia. I think the player to watch out for will be V-Bell. He's not only is he the captain, but he's also a really solid defensive type player. Expect to see a defensive role out of him. He's slowly but surely transitioned to a much more passive player, but that doesn't mean he's going to be playing super passively against Serenyx Esports. Expect him to want to play an active role, expect him to play defensively, but to push up at times to make those plays happen. So V-Bell's going to be the player to watch out for, because if this team's going to find ways to get things going, it's going to start with V-Bell. It may not end with him on offense, but it's going to start with him, if he can really allow his teammates to rotate around him well.
Honestly, on the opposite side, Serenyx, I think the player I'm really watching out for that I didn't really talk about too much is going to be AV. AV's initial start here was a very impressive defensive effort, denying 2 shots already from Midwest Mafia. Able to put one on, just gets it off the backboard. Soraki, last one back, is going to drop this ball down. AV takes out V-Bell. There goes your offensive momentum. Ball dropped towards half court. AV just can't catch it in time. Temp looking for a bump. Seraki looking for a goal. Neither able to find a chance. It's going to be AV taking that first goal off the pass from Temp, though.
Yeah, and I'm not too surprised to see Serenyx Esports playing a much more individualized style. It's less on the passing and more on the individual, and that's not surprising when you got players like AV on your roster, or Seraki. Both these players, back in the Paradise Cup, both of them showed us their 1v1 skill. AV was considered the best ranked 1v1 player in that tournament. Now, by the end of the event, I think many people considered Jared to be the better 1v1 player, but you can't deny how good AV is, and Seraki himself, he's overshadowed by how good AV is in ones. He was also probably in top 5 1v1 players in that event, so expect those 1v1 abilities to really show up here with AV and Seraki, because both of them can do it, and I don't know how good Midwest Mafia are at 1v1, but they're not bad, but it's going to be very tough to counter what AV and Seraki can do on their own.
And AV already showing some mechanical prowess earlier. Can't wait to see a little bit more as they look to pick up the ball off the side of the wall. V-Bell in contact, tries to challenge Nate, defends that near post, but gets countered by Seraki. Seraki not really able to take advantage of any bumps and demos for the team yet. AV will take this ball away as V Dylan will take the boost out of the corner, trying to starve out everyone on Serenyx Esports. Temp clear over to AV. AV low and slow, nothing in the gas tank, won't be able to break through. Instead challenges Nate, who's faster, quicker, and stronger. Ball towards center, but Dylan not able to catch up in time. Ball towards AV, over to Temp, denied by Nate.
Yeah, great job there from Nate to read that play. It's so tough to read those infield passes because they come in so fast, and those shots are usually tough to read. Serenyx Esports really just outplaying Midwest Mafia in the style that they want to play right now. And I mean, Midwest Mafia knew coming into this match they were going to have a very, very tough night ahead of them. But it's really only going to get tougher here with Serenyx Esports playing the way they are. Infield play, though. Here goes V-Bell. The Canadian will shoot, but it is blocked by Temp as Serenyx Esports will see another one out. The defense has held up well for Serenyx, but for how much longer can they stand? Nate, Dylan doesn't have the boost. V-Bell can't shoot, and AV will clear.
And folks, pay attention to what Sporty said earlier. All that offense coming through V-Bell. It's going to be Dylan, though, able to make the solo play. Catches a beautiful touch off the pass from Nate. Puts it up onto the backboard right behind Temp, who's caught awkward, doesn't know whether to go up or go across, and got caught just a bit too flat-footed. Now tied 1-1. Under 44, minute 44 left to go. Trying to find a break here. Seraki gets the side boost, has a bit more momentum versus Dylan, but V-Bell with the denial. Ball back over to AV. Caught off guard, can't break through here. It's going to be AV, drop the ball onto the left wing. Dylan back in the corner, trying to clear around Temp, who gets forced into a 50, but it's not enough to allow him to have space. So Rocky trying to drop the ball down, and once again can't find an opening for the team as there's a team bump in the background.
Dylan, love this move. We'll get over 1 second touch, not there. Nate will keep the challenge going, and Midwest Mafia picking up momentum, picking up steam. Serenyx Esports still going for a lot more bump plays than Midwest Mafia are, but you can tell Midwest Mafia, this is a team that is known to have slow starts. Historically, they've had slow starts. Now, they're not the only team in this bracket that's known to have slow start. The other team that's won the Pinnacle Cup in Hunter X Night also are known to have slow starts. So, not too surprised that it's taken a little while for Midwest Mafia to really get their play going here. But now it really feels like they're kind of playing the way they want to, moving the way they want to, trying to find each other the way they want to, as now in front of their own nets. Nate will pinch it out. Low boost for everyone out of Midwest Mafia, but they will clear it away. And we're into the final 30 seconds. Nothing deciding this game just yet, although as the time goes on, you really feel like it's going to be more and more in favor of Midwest Mafia, just with the way that they're playing and how every single moment it feels like they're getting better and better, finding each other more and more. Time really is not in Serenyx Esports' favor.
Serenyx needs to find these passing plays, find out where they're going. AV did a great job of cutting down V-Bell earlier. Now with that dunk, tries to find an opening for, I believe that's Seraki going up. Now Temp with the carry gets denied by Dylan, where it might be going to an OT here. We go to an OT here in game 1, and it could very well go to Midwest Mafia, Sporty. I mean, they've just had better looks for each other, better passing plays, and better boost efficiency overall.
Yeah, but most of that was at the very tail end of that game. It really feels like if they want to get goals, it feels like a big reset. Still, I agree, they have the momentum on their side, but Serenyx Esports have had a much more higher pressing posturing here. All they need is one opening given to them by MWM, and they will have the net in front as Dylan doesn't get the play he wants. Here goes AV, cleared away anyways. As Saraki waits back, demoed out of the way. Here's an opening, and V-Bell, oh, he didn't get the touch he wanted. That one is sent straight up in the air, and Midwest Mafia won't be able to capitalize anymore.
AV trying to check for some heat, trying to find Temp, but Temp's going to get bumped down into the center line, won't be able to follow through on that beautiful touch from AV. Was able to set it up, instead has to force a 50 against Nate. Ball towards center. AV goes up to challenge, wins out in a 2v1. It's going to be Temp looking to break down that defense. Look for a soft flick, countered by Nate. Was indecisive in the moment. Can Nate get this touch? No! Ball sent down to the side. It's going to be V-Bell looking for a pass. Dylan with a shot. It's on target! I don't think we need to say anything else about that, Sporty. That was a beautiful setup from V-Bell to pull out that defense and find that ball center. Doesn't get credit for the assist, but Dylan able to seal the deal here for game 1 in favor of Midwest Mafia.
And it will be, as you said, and if I'm not wrong, they were the ones to score first as well, it felt like, or was it Serenyx who scored first? It was Serenyx who scored first in this game, I believe. And even then, it didn't seem like it made too much difference. As time went on, Midwest Mafia adapted more and more, and that's one of the scary things. We don't mention too much about this team, how good they are at adapting, but it's one of the things that makes Midwest Mafia so scary, because the way they play is very simple. They just play for each other, but they adapt so incredibly well to whoever they're playing against. It's why they can continue to win championships and tournaments in every single other league. It's why they're a consistent top-tier team in this division for as long as they have. It's why they are still as good as they can be, and it's why they win game 1. Those adaptations are what favors Midwest Mafia. The longer these games go, the more it's going to favor Midwest Mafia. Serenyx Esports, I gotta go back to the drawing board and gotta find something that Midwest Mafia are not prepared for.
And you can see here on our screen, at least, Saraki is taking a little extra time talking to the team, trying to set them through the steps. Saraki was underutilized in that game 1, wasn't really able to capitalize on a lot of the momentum and boost movement that they had on their team. Couldn't find a lot of purchase on any of the bumps and demos in order to convert a goal. And I'm wondering if that's going to be the game plan going into the second one. But Midwest Mafia did such a great job of avoiding the bumps and demos. I can't not see Midwest Mafia falling for that. And they could very easily take the game 2 here as we start off on Forbidden Temple.
Yeah, you said it as well. Serenyx Esports went for those demos early in that game. They never really stopped going for it, but they just could not connect on them. Midwest Mafia have done a great job at reading what Serenyx Esports are doing on offense here. And going into game 2, we'll see how that continues as Midwest Mafia start things out early. Will be Dylan. That's an incredible play off the back wall, but AV will clear. Midwest Mafia will have to race back to defense, although not for too long. They'll go upfield again, and Serenyx Esports, who did score in that first game, going to need a strong start here. Going to need to do something that is not predictable against Midwest Mafia, because if it is predictable, you know Midwest Mafia are going to read it.
And we saw that as well with Temp going for that bump of AV. Smart boost take, sets it up for Saraki off the backboard by bumping out the opposition. Once again, Serenyx taking the first goal here. Can they start this shift, and will Midwest Mafia make the adjustment to avoid the bumps inside that strike zone?
Game number 2 of this series. And again, these teams really battling for everything that they have here as Dylan will take the dribble. Av to Saraki! Almost a second, everybody jumping in. Here goes Temp, that's going to play off the back wall, but V-Bell is on top of things as AV, Nate to clear. Saraki on the touch. The demo will open things up a little bit more as Midwest Mafia playing for more, playing for that answer. They went down early in game 1, now down early again here in game 2 as Nate, V-Bell backflipped. He didn't read that one as he wanted to. This ball will be left up for someone else to take as it is V-Bell, or sorry, Dylan. Now V-Bell off the back wall. Can't take, but Midwest Mafia breaking through. You can tell Serenyx Esports moving a lot more on defense now, and as time goes on, just like how it was in game 1, Midwest Mafia are adapting. It's going to get tougher and tougher for Serenyx Esports to hold this lead.
Just able to avoid the bumps and demos. Nate with that backline demo on AV as well. It's going to try and clear this one out. Dylan drops the ball. Can't get through. Instead, it's going to be Nate picking it up, sends it across. V-Bell getting ready, but the ground pinch works out in favor of Serenyx Esports. And folks, we know about the overlay issue. We're currently getting that fixed right now. It's that ball off the right post. Serenyx can't get it. Temp is able to find a break, but sadly will be bumped and laid off back into the blue side of the pitch without the ball in hand. Then that ball away. It's going to be Nate with the demo on Serenyx. AV, no boost, a hope and a dream, tries to find the connection to Temp, but sadly the call will be blocked by Dylan. Drops that ball down onto the net. Dylan forces the issue and will tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, great little play from Dylan, who not only does he make this play happen, he gets the dunk on Serenyx too. Midwest Mafia have had to fight tooth and nail for every single goal they get, but credit where credit's due. This is not unlike Midwest Mafia. They fight for everything they want. They'll fight for everything they go for. And against Serenyx Esports, they're going to have to fight even more, especially one-on-one, as you saw there. But Dylan puts in the goal, and Midwest Mafia now 1 goal closer to taking an early 2-0 series lead against the Serenyx Esports team that's supposed to play close to them. That would be a major advantage. Really, any lead will be a major advantage, but a 2-game lead especially will be an advantage in a series that, again, as we all predict, is expected to go quite close.
Yeah, Midwest Mafia truly trying to prove us wrong, and right now the script is looking similar to Game 1. AV missing out on the ball. That's going to break down that offensive movement, make it a little bit more difficult. Once again, another whiff, tries to redirect upfield, instead forces the ball to Temp and finds the front side of AV behind him. Less than 2 minutes to go, looking for a pass. Serenyx goes up, carries to the opposite side, might be looking for a connecting pass to AV, but it's just so far out of reach. Temp on the backboard, tries to set the ball up high. Dylan down to the corner. Everyone is on the same corner. Why were you all there? Was there a cell going on that I forgot that Midwest Mafia is trying to get you passed off on? Just able to smuggle that operation through, takes the lead 2-1 by a horrible rotational error.
Yeah, everybody on Serenyx Esports, as you said, I think they all saw something in the corner that they liked and didn't remember. And this is Midwest Mafia talking about, a team that can move the ball as fast as them. Will find ways through and find those openings. And as you said, in a game and in a series that so far has proven that there's not going to be that many goals to begin with, you can't give up freebies either. And as time will tick away, Midwest Mafia looking to hold this lead, but it's Serenyx on target. Temp will be there. And now still on it is Temp. Nate won't have the ball. AV to the back post. Cleared away by Dylan. And Midwest Mafia now looking for 3-1. It's Nate on target. It's Temp who jumps in time. V-Bell challenged by AV. V-Bell again. Can't get through Serenyx. 1 minute to go. Dylan's been beat. AV's upfield. He can't score, but he can look for the pass instead. This one shot. Saved by Nate. And Dylan will clear. Midwest Mafia playing the defensive again, just like we saw at the end of Game 1, and again, Serenyx Esports just has no way to beat them cleanly.
And they're struggling. They had such a beautiful look, but just build a wall with enough bricks and you will deny everyone. Dylan tries to put that ball back. V-Bell is going to pick this one up. Can't get past Serenyx though. Serenyx with the touch, but puts it right towards Dylan. Temp looking to drop it towards AV. AV with the chance. V-Bell with the dunk. Sends it up high. It's going to be Serenyx picking this one up. Nate off to the right wing, over to Temp. Temp trying to get it under control, but sadly lands awkward. Over to Temp once more, trying to find a pass upfield to AV. Serenyx, double commit from Midwest Mafia, won't be able to break through on that run. It's going to be Temp getting taken out by Nate. Dylan's going to buy time, gets it away from 1, tries to get away from 2, but Serenyx will clear. Ball rattled around the rim. It's going to be Temp picking up over to AV. AV with the carry, with the hope. Denied by V-Bell. Nate at the half-court line. Can't get through here. It's going to be Serenyx hoping to pick the ball up. Doesn't have a lot of boost. It's Nate. Puts it across, and that's going to be Midwest Mafia taking game 2.
2 games now for MWM. And again, as many are stating here, Midwest Mafia have found some real success here, just working with each other, making the team plays happen. And so far, well, it's been so good for Midwest Mafia. Serenyx Esports. Now the question comes: do they use that tactical timeout? They have one in tow. You can use it at any point this series in between these games. You feel like now would be the time to use it because Midwest Mafia has gotten an early advantage over Serenyx Esports, and Serenyx Esports, their offense has just not been there tonight. 2 goals in 2 games is just not going to be enough.
They really haven't found each other, and I think a big part of that too is they're anticipating these bumps and demos to work out, where they have one player trying to clear the path, trying to find an opening, but instead it ends up becoming an error. Dylan was able to pick up 2 goals solo because of this rotations, and I'm still appalled by that last goal as well. as AV calls for a timeout. We're going to have a full 60 seconds on the clock for them after this match goes over to the next map. And you have to wonder what Serenyx is going to talk about, because I feel like their usual play style, their usual habits just haven't been working out. And when Midwest Mafia has adapted so well, how do you make them overthink and then hesitate in order to force that victory for your team?
Yeah, you gotta find a way to make Midwest Mafia hesitate, make them less confident in each other. That confidence is fueling this team right now. If you're Serenyx, it all comes down to just beating them cleanly. If you're gonna beat Midwest Mafia, you gotta beat them cleanly, because if you can do that, that's where that self-doubt comes in. That's where that a team like Midwest Mafia can maybe start second-guessing each other. What are they doing? What are they playing? Well, at this point for Serenyx, I hope that's what they're talking about. They are in their tactical timeout now. You only get one of them per series, so they're using it here to get an extra minute of time in between these games, but after this, they don't have it anymore. They better hope that this time out turns the series completely around, or else things are going to get tough for them, and they won't have the ability to ask for extra time.
They really won't. And one aspect I think that they should start looking towards is trying to figure out a way to force a 1v1 for some of their players. They have very strong mechanics. They can set up some incredible creative opportunities for themselves. And right now, they haven't really been able to find passing plays for each other. If they can find 1v1s, if they can force Midwest Mafia to spread their resources thin, maybe they can find a gap in that defense in order to strike home. Because so far, a lot of those saves against Serenyx has been a 2v1 opportunity where they have a double commit or two defenders back, and they're able to deny. But now we're heading into game 3. And it's going to be Midwest Mafia looking for match point in order to close out the series fairly quickly. Soraki with the musty to start off strong will be blocked by Dylan, but Tip with the follow-up sees that double kick and it finds the opening. And if it wasn't for the fact they've taken the first goal in all 3 games now, I would have a little bit more hope.
Yeah, it would be, but what is definitely going to hurt Midwest Mafia there, that was savable for them. Not the play that they had initially afterwards, but beforehand, I don't know if you saw it, but there was I don't know what they were doing in the net, but 2 players ran into each other. There's a reason why Vibo was so slow to that challenge, because he was bumped out of the way. Midwest Mafia are going to be kicking themselves because it's a bad mistake to make, but what a strike from V-Bell! Well, that's an immediate response. The captain wastes no time answering, and all the good that Serenyx Esports have done has already been thrown away.
And I think a part of it's just unexpected from V-Bell, just looking for that angle up the sidewall, but also it's AV just caught off guard entirely, wasn't prepared, was a little bit too far out. Now it's going to be Nate taking that ball to the corner. We're back to 0-0 as far as I am concerned, but Midwest Mafia already used to tying up the game after the first goal. It's going to be Soraki looking for a pass out to corner, ball dropped, still in the same corner as Dylan clears away. But AV has enough boost, can challenge. Soraki looking for a pass, forced to put it to the left corner where they just came from, and cannot find a moment to breathe here.
Yeah, it is. It's been fast-moving, it's been suffocating, and Midwest Mafia have had to deal with a lot of that pressure already, but they're used to that. This is a team that does not mind playing defense. Serenyx Esports are going to have to answer as everybody pushed up there, a bit of an overcommit. We saw that cost them pretty dearly in Game 2, and almost did so here early in Game 3. Infield pass taken away by Soraki. Dylan to V-Bell. This one's bouncing. AV's awkward, and Nate destroys him there. No respect, no hesitation.
Jocked and apart. AV tries to clear that ball up and is the last one back, but it is such a struggle to break through here. Nate, great read of the situation, understands exactly where that ball is going to go. And now once again, we are back to a 2-1 score line for Midwest Mafia, which is how they have ended every game so far in this series. And now all they need to do is continue to play defensively. What is Serenyx going to do differently outside of give up an open net? V-Bell making a 2-goal lead now.
Yeah, and again, as you said, an overcommit. Soraki, I don't know where Soraki's going there. I have no clue what Soraki's doing. It's like he turned off his brain and decided to play up for the challenge. Serenyx Esports are overcommitting a lot more. I feel like the bad start they've had in this series has only snowballed in the worst to getting worse and worse. There's been a lot of heavy commits for Serenyx Esports that just feel completely unnecessary. You don't need to overcommit to beat Midwest Mafia. You just need to not lose your nerve, and right now, they're overcommitting, they're making bad mistakes, and it's costing them very important goals and very important games.
And I think the hard part, too, is Soraki wasn't really trying to just challenge. I think Soraki wanted to go for a demo, but the timing was just very poor. Temp was not ready. AV was nowhere near the ball, and so they had that perfect opening. As Dylan able to find another opening, Nate takes out Temp in the background, looks for a shot. Wanted the pass over to V-Bell. Instead, it's Temp driving down center, low 50 in front of the net. Serenyx can't catch up. It's going to be Nate looking for a goal, denied. Ball towards the net. Serenyx able to pick up a save here. They need to put that momentum forward. They need to find another chance. AV looking to drop the ball down, but Serenyx's taken out. Nick, just a bit too tall for the ride, will be sent to the big boy ride all the way back to the orange side up the pitch.
And that's a big, big miss for Temp. I mean, you're asking about an open net here for Serenyx Esports. Feels like everything in this game does not want them to win. And you can see it in the players' movements right now. They really have just lost a lot of their own composure. 2 minutes still to go. There are a lot of time left, but for Serenyx Esports, this game has been a nightmare so far. Can they find a way to make the second half of this game at least better for them? A comeback, a potential reasoning for why they stay in this series, for why we expect this match to be so close. As Apple challenge, Temp will stay airborne here as he'll win the play off the back wall. It's a weird, and it's very weird. Serenyx's there, and Serenyx with a goal back.
Serenyx, beautiful read of the situation, knows they have one chance and does not throw away their shot. Brings it back down to a 1-goal game because, as you said, it's weird. It's really weird. They were not prepared for that, but you cannot rely on just being weird the entire time. It leads to an awkward school semester, and more importantly, it does not convert goals that easily. Continue to be creative, continue to find opportunities for your team, but look for these passing plays. Great demo from AV, but not able to capitalize as Dylan is going to chase this ball down. AV doesn't opt to steal boost. Dylan's going to pick up plenty as AV takes flight, drops the ball down to Serenyx. Serenyx onto the backboard. Dylan's going to get the save, puts it right back towards half court, and unable to convert on this run. AV, last chance to defend as Serenyx picks up a demo.
And it's a great clear as well. But time's running low here for Serenyx. Still, the hope is there for them, and maybe it's right in front of the net as it will be sent out. V-Bell, Temp, it'll be Serenyx Esports, another major push, another major chance, denied by Nate. Temp now, flip reset, won't get to use it as the challenge goes through. AV's waiting, Dylan to the play, Serenyx again. Serenyx Esports just continue to challenge, but Midwest Mafia doing such a good job at slowing them down at every single turn.
All within striking distance. Dylan puts onto the far side off the double tap, and that could be the nail in the coffin. Outside of the weird factor we saw from Serenyx, there is a chance to come back, but at this level, 2-goal difference, 35 seconds, the chances are thinner than me winning the lottery right now.
It really does feel like the chances are thin in this game. Serenyx Esports, it's a overcommit that they really had to force in themselves, and this has been one where I think they just lost their composure midway through. They got it back, but it feels like it's just too late for themselves unless they can find a way to score on this play. But Midwest Mafia are going to take it back and are going to go upfield themselves. As V-Bell, oh, he found that dunk, just going to slow things even more as AV in front of his own net. Tempt to challenge. Time running out here, and Serenyx Esports, well, we were expecting a very back-and-forth matchup, but it has been anything but. Midwest Mafia now lead 3-0 in what is expected to be our closest match of the day by seeding. Serenyx Esports have just not been able to keep up, and Midwest Mafia, the champions from 2 seasons ago, are only 1 win away.
And you know, I think we talked about very early on in the first pre-show, and it was all about adaptability. And we see that from Midwest Mafia. We see a lack of that from Serenyx. I hesitate to say, but it was a very fortunate touch for Serenyx to get that ball through. Temp able to find that assist from Serenyx. Serenyx reverse as well. It's frustrating to see for Serenyx Esports because you feel like they're trying to put their best foot forward. They're trying to put everything on the line, but Midwest Mafia just catches wind, knows what's going on, has a wire on them or something in order to understand what Serenyx is about to do, and then immediately shifts that tempo in their favor. I'm hesitating to say, I believe Midwest Mafia even got outshot, as well as Dylan calls for a timeout now for Midwest Mafia.
As you said as well, it's an interesting choice. I wonder if this is a bathroom break. I wonder if somebody on Midwest Mafia might need a bathroom break. That's not the first time we've seen a timeout used that way, but Midwest Mafia taking a timeout. Odd choice, but again, I'm assuming this is something that is very much outside of their own control. So Midwest Mafia taking a bit of an extra minutes here to probably go to the bathroom. That's my assumption, at the very least.
Why do they not keep a bottle by their computer desk? Why do they not keep one by their gaming chair? Have they not seen the Battlefield videos?
My goodness. I really don't want to know if they keep one or not. I would rather not know if they keep one, although I guess the answer is no here, so they'll get an extra minute to well, I'd say talk, but I don't think they're talking all that much right now. I think the mentality is just keep doing it. They're pretty happy with how they're going. This is a Midwest Mafia team that is very confident in the way that they're playing. Simply put, they're happy, and I think they should be. 3 games straight against Serenyx Esports, and they've been close, they've been tough, but Midwest Mafia has been the clear better team. What is it that Serenyx has to do to turn it around? Because right now, it has not been close, it's not been competitive enough. What do they do to win this? Because the demos haven't been it, the passing hasn't been it, the over-aggressive pressure hasn't been it. What's going to beat Midwest Mafia?
Right now, Midwest Mafia, they need to just cut down these passing lanes, and they need to give each other more space. They need to find their timing a little bit better. I think we've saw that multiple times in both past 2 games where they would just rush that play a bit too quickly. They would try to space each other out and then find an open net opportunity going against them, or they would just miss a chance to shoot the ball and apply that pressure. Their timing is just all over the place. Even Saraki trying to find a bump or demo just comes out awkward and mistimed. So if I'm Serenyx, I want to find better timing. We should call sooner, work on our comms, react appropriately, and don't give up easy shots as VBell looks for the first setup to Nate, but will be denied as Saraki drops the ball down.
And there's a great flick as well. Will be a play for Av and Serenyx Esports. Not unknown to score first. I think they've done it every single game so far, but they've only been able to score 1 goal per game. This has been a series where they just have not been able to elevate, have not been able to do more than what they've done before. And this is a team that, when they struggle, they do often get swept. And it's not going to be a good start for them here, as VBell dunks the last defender, and for the first time, it feels so weird to say this, Midwest Mafia have actually scored first.
Midwest Mafia score first, but maybe this is what Serenyx Esports needs. They need them to score first for once, so they can figure out an alternative way to turn up the gas. But as of right now, I still don't really have a lot of faith in Serenyx Esports. I'm kind of regretting my call of it being a Game 7 banger. Temp looking for a connection to Saraki, but sadly, they're making like 2 trains passing in the night and will not be able to make eye contact on that play. Instead, Nate off to the backboard, looking for another double tap. A little bit too high, a little bit too tight though. And Saraki upfield attempt denied by the Bell.
It will be here as VBell again. After this bathroom break, apparently it might have been VBell who left. Says Nate now, that's going to go just wide. Challenged anyways, Midwest Mafia only up by 1. This is not an easy lead to hold, although they've done it a couple times already. Infield pass! And Nate gets there. He was actually taken out by his own teammate here as VBell missed the ball completely. Serenyx Esports rushing. Oh, look at this from VBell. That is beautiful. That's the perfect decision there. That's why he has been the captain for Midwest Mafia, because he can make such smart decisions like that. Slow the play down right in front of his own net. Play cautiously, play safely, and allow his teammates to succeed. It's why VBell, I think, so often is mentioned, and why he's always been the captain, because he knows how to play around teammates. He knows how to play around teammates and other players, and you see decision-making like that, stuff that other players won't do, and it's why VBell has been so successful.
I'm inclined to agree, but that also reinforces what we said during the break. The timing for Serenyx Esports has been so awkward. They force and rush that shot, not recognizing that VBell is going to slow down. But that dunk from Temp, not enough. AV is going to go for a harsh pinch off that left goalpost, tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, now it's Dylan who will get the treatment here as a play from Temp leaves it for AV and Serenyx Esports. It maybe came out of thin air, but they'll take any they can get. When you're this far behind in your series, any goal will seem like a good goal for you, as Nate, the fake. Oh, he's got him on a string here. Will be a play for VBell. Saraki on the block. AV's been bumped, the net's wide open! And Dylan sees it! Serenyx Esports were all caught asleep. The bump will leave the net open, and Dylan and Nate knew it, and that's why Midwest Mafia lead.
Beautiful bump out from Nate just to catch AV, who's just sitting flat-footed. You have a perfect view of someone heading into the back of your net. You have to move. They're going to come in for... That kickoff just unlocked me. Moving on, Tip looking for a shot, teardrop into the net. It's going to be Serenyx up on the crossbar, but it's going to be Nate with the denial, sending it back over the opposite side. Tries to keep it away from AV, but Temp is going to give it one more honest shot. Dylan with the denial off to the opposite corner as Serenyx finds one more chance. Low 50, denied by Vivo.
And it will be Nate here to the corner. Offense for Midwest Mafia, but Serenyx Esports are waiting their turn as it's AV. That one to the pass, but that shot could have been a whole lot better. V-Bell, or Dylan really, will have an easy touch as V-Bell waiting across. Cleared away by Serenyx. Temp is there to follow. Serenyx shoots. He actually caught V-Bell completely out of position, but the shot will not be good enough. Now goes AV, and there's no doubt about this one. When you're that close to the nets, it's hard not to miss.
Yeah, that bump from Dylan on Temp just threw off the entire team. V-Bell near post, wasn't prepared for the shot. Nate out of position. Dylan tried to help out, but at the end, it's tied 2-2 now. Chance for a shift in that script as 120. Never mind, we're going back to Midwest Mafia taking the lead. They had a rat just sitting inside the net, able to take that kickoff away from Serenyx Esports.
Another opening made here. Midwest Mafia have yet another goal. One up with under 2 minutes left. Midwest Mafia is waiting as Nate infield. There's a demo as well, but Serenyx collapse on top of it. And again, late in the game, Serenyx Esports are faced with a deficit that they need to overcome, and this is not going to help them out here, as that's in front of the nets. AV was expecting the shot, no one there. Now it's Dylan, and it just falls in. AV completely caught, went for the play, couldn't read it. And Midwest Mafia, another bump that creates another goal.
AV wasn't able to recover in time, tried to go across the net, but just so, as if watching in slow motion, as if in that moment, V-Bell was Quicksilver, just saw that ball going right past him. Now 90 seconds to go, they're once again at a 2-goal deficit. Pip looking to try to drop it far down, but instead it hits a little too high. Serenyx down center. AV playing the backboard, is waiting for V-Bell to go up, goes to challenge, sails right past AV, playing a bit too quick as that ball heads back over onto the strike zone. V-Bell, last one back, waiting to buy time for Nate. Temp puts onto the backboard. Nate drops down, sends it upfield, looking to make a connection to Dylan, but Serenyx putting the ball back, hoping for a connection, but no one is around to help out. No one is able to react in time. Feels like Serenyx Esports are going to call it here at this point in time.
Less than a minute to go. I mean, Serenyx, they can't give up yet. There is still time. As AV will leave it for Temp. It's a fake play infield. Serenyx, back wall, double tap, and it's denied by Dylan. Nate to clear. Demo as well. Midfield is wide open as Nate will run away with this. Second touch away. AV can't win it for his team. 30 seconds to go. The time for Serenyx Esports running out in this series as Nate almost ended it there. This one pinched. Temp still on it, but it's still in the deny. Nate to keep things alive. Serenyx Esports playing to their own corner, just trying to win this ball, but V-Bell won't give it to them. And Midwest Mafia will surely win the series there.
V-Bell, just an incredible read of the situation, anticipates that pass, and that is going to be the nail in the coffin, confirmed by Serenyx Esports already calling GG. Midwest Mafia just came out to play that adaptability, that readiness to adjust as soon as they took the lead. They'll look for passes the entire time and able to take advantage of the quickness of Serenyx Esports working out in their favor. Just again and again, V-Bell working out, but I feel like Dylan really made a name for himself in this series.
Yeah, and you know, I think all of us here on the desk were made to look like a fool. Every one of us had Serenyx Esports winning. So all of our predictions are now very, very wrong. We all underestimated Midwest Mafia, and I think for that we should all truthfully apologize for nothing. My goodness, that really was unexpected. Midwest Mafia not only winning, but winning in a sweep. That is a major surprise in a bracket that has been, so far, with a lot of surprises. We've seen a lot of sweeps so far.
We really did, and again, on paper, it made sense that these two teams would match each other at least to Game 7. But Fox had it right, knew that Midwest Mafia was going to win, I just don't really anticipate that Serenyx Esports is going to drop the series in such a way. And I will apologize for not believing in Midwest Mafia to find a sweep. I just very shocked by the entire ordeal as it went on, but now we move on. We get ready for the next series. Serenyx ending here. Midwest Mafia getting ready to match up against Justice for Solo coming soon.
Yeah, that will be our second semifinals tomorrow here. Midwest Mafia looking to make a run to the championship again here, but that is amazing as well. And an amazing performance. Justice for Solo, Midwest Mafia will be guaranteed to play against each other tomorrow, but our other semifinals are still very much unconfirmed here, IceColeBrew. It's our next match, Shawnee State University, KCG Chaos. It's a very decisive match and one I think a lot of people have their own predictions for, but we're going to go to a break. And as we come back, we'll have that series for all of you. Shawnee State University, KCG Chaos, the undefeated side versus a team that has struggled this season but is looking for a success in the championship bracket. Who will win? Will it be another sweep? We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels, they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again, just to set me free. Why do
Welcome back to the Ascent Tournament Series Pinnacle Cup Championship. I'm Sporty FC. Joining me here is Maxine. And what a great match we just had there. A surprise, to say the very least there. Midwest Mafia sweeping Serenyx Esports. What a huge performance. What a huge showing here. And Midwest Mafia, we shouldn't be doubting them as much as we have been, Maxine.
Oh yeah, for sure. I was 100% not expecting that. I thought it was going to be a 7-game series. I was expecting it to go in Serenyx's favor, but obviously that did not happen. When they have some pretty similar play styles, so I guess that can correlate to why that happened.
Yeah, as you said as well, it can definitely be a tough position to be in here when you have playoffs. Playoffs will always makes things a little bit tougher here, but we have quite the match to come up here next. Shawnee State University takes on KCG Chaos, and we were alluding to this earlier tonight, how big this match will be, but one of the major showings, one of the major points of this series is the fact that Shawnee State don't have Royales anymore. They don't have who many consider their best player. It's Slayer, Taco Snatch, and their sub in Adverse, now their starter in Adverse, looking to compete. This will only make things a little bit more difficult for themselves. They're going to have a lot to prove and a lot to perform with in a matchup like this, especially in playoffs, having to get used to the fact that you're playing around a player that you haven't had all that much time with.
Yeah, and another big focal point about this series is that Brock is playing, or as far as I'm aware, Brock, the starter for Chaos, will be playing instead of Velo, who has been playing majority of the season. So that will also be another interesting thing to see. They obviously have more chemistry with Brock compared to Velo. So
yeah, they definitely seem to have that chemistry here, but well, we can't be the only ones talking about KCG Chaos here. Joining us here is the org owner for Quarterfinals Gaming. It's Krusty. Welcome in, Krusty. How you doing? You get to see KCG Chaos. They really had to battle to get to this top 8, to get to this quarterfinals. Now they have what is, in theory, the toughest start for themselves. This is going to be a very, very tough series. But they've done it before. They've been able to battle from behind. Can they do it again? I'm sure you believe that they can.
I do believe that they can. Last week, when they had to battle into the playoffs, they had to play against KCG Aura, and that was a hard night for me as an org owner, seeing two of my top KCG teams playing against each other for a playoff spot. But I know that that KCG Chaos are a chaotic team, hence the name. Even their comms can be pretty chaotic, but it's also a lot of fun. They're one of the most passionate teams I have. They play in every league that they can play in, basically. They're playing in week leagues, of course, RLCS, all the cash cups. And so they're on almost every night, and they're ready for this. They're hungry. They want the win. They want to bring home a title.
Yeah, and to be fair, this is a KCG Chaos team that struggled this season. Last season, their first season here in the Pinnacle Cup, and it was a good season for themselves. Ended the season off as the number 3 overall team, right on par with 100X Knight, losing in the semifinals tonight as well, who eventually did win that tournament. Were the clear best team in that season. This season has been a little different for themselves. As we mentioned, they had to go through the final bracket qualifier to get to this point. Their regular season, to put it nicely, was not good. 3-3 for a team that is expected to that expects themselves to win. 3-3 is not a great record, but it's playoffs. Everything's different. What's, in your opinion here, Maxine, it makes you think that this is now Chaos' time to perform, to show up like they have not done in the regular season?
Well, as I was talking about earlier, they have their starting roster, as far as I'm aware. So that's going to make one thing. But another thing is that they looked extremely well in their play-in match against KCG Aura, who admittedly aren't too high of a seeded team when it comes to ATS, but they are still another team that is full of SSLs, full of some incredible talent. And for them to make them have like want to forfeit the last game in a series of a best of 7 is something that not many teams do. So they played extremely well against them, and then on top of that, in their all CS run, they also played against if you know them, Jamaica Coconut, Flitz, and Arsenal, and that series was one of the closest series I have ever seen. And those are some very, very well-known players who are at least 2,000 MMR.
Yeah, I mean, this
So
is not. The question isn't if Chaos can keep up. It's will they, and will they perform well, having played with the sub all season. You mentioned it as well. Talk to me about what difference that it is to play with Vel as their sub. He's a great sub. What's the difference here? Actually, Krusty, what's the difference with playing with Vel versus having this roster, having all their starters playing in a match like this?
I don't know that they play extremely well even when Vel plays with them. Even though Vel technically is a lower rank of a player, I think really what the difference is tonight versus earlier this summer, it was like summer vacation for these guys. They took a lot of time off this summer. They all had vacations. They all did their own things. They had camps. So never were they all playing together. They had a mixture every week of different players. And so now that, the summer is behind them, it is now time to focus in and to win a championship. And so that's where it comes at tonight. They knew that they could take it easy a little bit over the summer if they focused on the playoffs. And that's what they're really focused on tonight.
He said as well, they gotta focus, they gotta be ready. It is still a very, very difficult evening ahead, but this is a team that has what it takes, and to be fair, KCG Chaos, there's been a lot of people on the desk that think they can do it. Now it's my time to talk. I think Shawnee State's gonna win this thing. Even with them not playing with their best player in Royales, even afterwards. And it's mostly because of the players that they have on this team. Adverse and Taco Stash are both rank A. This is the highest ranked team in our tournament. One of the highest ranked teams in the tournament. You could maybe argue that the only team that might beat them on rank is 100x Knight, with all their players being B+ or higher. But I mean, this is a Shawnee State team that has really good players. The player I'm going to look out for though on Shawnee State is going to be Slayer. That's their lowest ranked player on their roster. He's their captain. He's definitely a team leader, but he is their lowest ranked. And in a lot of matches, he has definitely had moments where he has been outclassed by the players around him. If this Shawnee State team is going to be successful, especially with them playing with the players that they're not used to, it's going to come down to, can Slayer keep this team together? Can he keep this team moving against the KCG Chaos team that have all this experience behind them, even though they haven't played that much this season together? They have all the experience behind them that can work. And I really think that's going to be the question, is chemistry coming in this matchup? Can Shawnee State build that chemistry? And knowing what we've been seeing, it's going to be a tough battle here. I know, Maxine, you said you were looking at Brock to win this one for Chaos. Krusty, you expect Chaos are going to win this thing. Who do you think is going to be the one? Who do you think is going to be the player to kind of drive this KCG Chaos forward, especially into what is extremely difficult territory?
Well, it's funny because I think Ant's the one who doesn't necessarily carry the players on the field. They all do that, but his energy, the other two players always match his energy. And so if he's having a good night in the comms, that will help the other players have the energy they need. He's also one of those players that might not be always the highest scoring player, but he's the player that is able to make plays happen and to support his teammates and be where he needs to be. And so I think it's really a team effort by all of them. They all need to be playing their best. I've seen this Shawnee State. I've casted them before. You're right, they're a really good team. But, if my players are on and they're having a good night, and as long as they don't have any technical issues, because we all know that Ant needs a new PC. Buy that man a new PC, people. Then the team is unstoppable. And I have all faith in them that they are going to show up tonight and just bring on the comms and bring on the energy.
Yeah, as you said as well, this is Ant who himself when he's feeling good, he's really playing good. He's got a shooting percentage of 44.83%, the highest of the division, beating out players like VBell, Mini, and Manny LR. Goal participation at over 75%, and that's compared to players above him. He's the highest ranked on goal participation of the players that made it to the top 8. So Ant himself at 76%, and he's played a whole season. The players that are leading in goal participation are players that are either eliminated now or didn't play much this season. So Ant, number 1 on goal participation throughout all the players that are still around here. And you mentioned as well, Ant, if he's feeling good, he's playing good. The problem is, though, and I've heard this as well a good amount out of Ant, and I've seen it as well, if Ant's not feeling good, it can be an absolute downfall for KCG Chaos. Mentally, Ant has had issues in the past of starting slow and just not really getting things going into a bit of a free fall. What's it going to take to make sure that that doesn't happen again to Ant?
As long as they always are a team, as you have pointed out before, Sporty, that kind of starts out slow. That first game is often them feeling each other out and feeling the team, how they're feeling that night. And so it never bothers me if they lose game one, because I know that they can come up from that. I think really it just boils down to Ant's mentality and how he's doing and how he's bringing up his teammates. And when I see that go off, and maybe they start to falter or get in their own heads, I am always in their chat and cheering them on, and they know that I'm there. I will give them some words of encouragement, and that often will turn them around, helps them to refocus on the game. They have the ability to always play better than what their rank in six bands or in their MMR says, and so I have no fear that they can dominate tonight.
Well, we'll see how they perform, if they can, as you said, dominate tonight. So let's get to some predictions here on who we think will make it to the semifinals. Reminder that the winners of these matches automatically get an invite into the Amateur Rocket League Champions Cup, which is going to be happening in only a few weeks from now. So winning here, not only are you getting a step closer to that $300 prize pool, so winning this tournament, you also are guaranteed an invite to that Champions Cup, another $100 up for grabs. So these players know what they're fighting for. They know what's ahead of them. They know what's at stake. They've known for longer than anybody else in the server has. So they know there is a lot at stake ahead of them here. But KCG Chaos, Shawnee State University, the pressure's on them to perform. Krusty, I know you got KCG Chaos winning, but the question is, by how much?
I think it's going to be pretty close. I think we're going to Game 7.
Well, we predicted Game 7. We predicted Game 7 last match, and it didn't go so well. Krusty is trying to hope that maybe Krusty, maybe you're good luck. Maybe I'm the bad luck on this stream. Maybe it's my fault.
No, well, I just know, Shawnee State is just such a good team. I cannot imagine us sweeping them. I would love a sweep. My teams all know I hate a game, going to the last game, whether it's a Game 5 or Game 7. I get so nervous and I get so scared. Everybody knows that, but I just can't imagine us sweeping them. Just being honest, because it's such a high and dominant team in general. It has been this season, but I think my guys win it in 7. If they win it in 3, I will be super excited. I might buy them jerseys.
Well, I can say this. If they win in 3, that'll be the most surprising thing ever, because I don't think Shawnee State University are ones to give up here very easily. But you expect a 4-0 sweep. Maxine, remind the chat, there's a lot of new people here, what your prediction is.
My prediction for the series is a 4-2 win for KCG Chaos. I think that they'll go back and forth a little as KCG Chaos warms up, because as we know, they do start out a little slow sometimes. So I think Shawnee State, they might go back and forth a little, but then I think Chaos, once they warm up, once they put their foot on the gas, there's no stopping them. I think it's going to go Shawnee State, Chaos, Shawnee State, Chaos, Chaos, Chaos.
Well, Maxine thinks Chaos is going to take the tail end of the series. I'm sorry here. Both of you are wrong. I think it's Shawnee State that's winning this. And I think I said it was a 4-0 sweep on my prediction. I do stick with that. I think even though they're not playing with their full roster, simply put, I can't see a world where Shawnee State doesn't make the semifinals. I can't see a world where they don't make it that far. Realistically, I think they're a team that can likely win this whole thing, even though they don't have their best player anymore. They don't have Royales anymore on their roster. So I'm baffled to see two people predict KCG Chaos, but I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You're both on KCG. But I have Shawnee State winning this one, so we'll see who's right or who's wrong. So far tonight, I have been somewhat right and somewhat wrong. We'll see, Maxine and Krusty, if your predictions are better than mine here. But again, just to remind you all, here's what the bracket looks like. Reminder that the winner of this will be taking the winner of 100X Night and Sloth Dark later tonight. The previous champions are playing in the last match of the nights, and what a match it will be. But we're going to go to the casting booth, and we'll get things underway here. IceColeBrew and Krusty will be on the mic, as it is Shawnee State University and KCG Chaos.
Thank you
It's gonna
so
be
much for that transition, Sporty. It's going to be a fantastic best of 7 series as we are getting ready for both teams to join on in. My name is IceColeBrew, joining you here for the third series of the night. And Maxine, this is our first time casting together, I believe.
I believe so. And may I add that this bracket, this bottom half of the bracket, it is so stacked with some amazing talent. It reminds me of EWC Group C. It is the group of death. Because you have Shawnee State, you have 100x Knight, two of the favorites for winning this entire theme. And then you have KCG Chaos and Sloth Dark, two also very good teams. Like, I'd say most people that predict the winner of this are in this bottom half of the bracket.
I'm inclined to agree. I mean, I feel like we talked about before in the pre-show, KCG Chaos was 2-1. Y'all against Sporty about taking the series from Shawnee State. I should go ahead and throw my hat in the ring. I also believe in KCG Chaos because I do think they like swinging as the underdog. I do like to see them try to fight against a higher level team. And also, I just think with the shift in Shawnee State's roster, it could lead to some unexpected happenstance as we're waiting for teams to show up right now. But talking about the series earlier as well, you know, we had predicted that Midwest Mafia and Serenyx Esports was going to go to a game 7, went to a perfect 4-0 sweep for Midwest Mafia because they are so adaptable. Justice for Solo, as we're going to swipe away for some more technical issues in the moment in time. But Justice for Solo right now also had a fantastic 4-0 sweep in their favor just because they played faster and they were anticipating more for each other. And that's what you expect from a top tier team. What should we really expect from Shawnee State University as a top tier team? And what would make them rise above KCG Chaos, in your opinion, Maxine?
I personally think because they are such, a well established team in this league, I think that they're gonna start this series off hot, right? And if they win the series, I wouldn't be surprised, but I would be kind of sad for Chaos. But I still have my money on Chaos. But for Shawnee State, I think that, as I said, I think they're gonna win game 1, and for them to win the series, I feel like they need to win the next game and then
Restart stream. Yeah, still knocked out.
it's back. We're back.
Welcome back in, folks. Sorry about the technical issues. We are currently facing PC issues abound across multiple boards at the moment. But going back to that focus about both teams do get a timeout. They have one timeout per series, especially in the best of 7. That's going to be so important for that momentum shift. That's going to be important for that mentality reset too. And can even in some situations put your opposition into a cold spot. However, I do think that it's difficult for Shawnee State University. With KCG Chaos, they play very well together. They're going to have their starters on this lineup as well. What do you truly see coming up for them? How do you think they're going to overtake Shawnee State University in this game, in this series?
Yeah, I think Shawnee State, they just need to play their game. Against a team like Chaos, they're chaotic. As the name entails. So, yeah.
I'm inclined to agree. I mean, Krusty Crew Gaming has put together a great organization. I'm fortunate that they don't have all their teams in the similar way that Sloth Nation has at this point in time, able to play at the very end. KCG Aura and KCG K9 both getting knocked out at the end. Aura, especially with a matching series score to Chaos, just not able to break through on goal differential compared to the opposition on their side. So going through that as well, we also are going to have 100x Knight versus Sloth Dark later on this evening. And 100x Knight is a very familiar name for many people. They've seen 100x 35 actually make it to the last chance qualifier. They hit top 8 at the end and were able to get onto the final stage. Unfortunately, not able to progress past that point. But 100x Knight they're the very same folks who warm up and practice with the main roster of 100x 35. How much of an advantage do you think that gives to Sloth Dark?
I think now that they have that new roster, of 100x on 100x35 for the main roster. I think that, honestly, I feel like that gives them a huge advantage, really. You know, when you have a team like that making, I mean, yeah, it is the LCQ, so, you know, you're missing the top 4 best teams in NA, but even then, that's still the equivalent of a top 12 in NA. You have like top 12 team in NA. You know, they're taking games off of some of the best teams in the world here. So when you get the scrim against those kind of guys to warm up, I feel like it gives you just a huge advantage going into the series that you're playing.
I'm inclined to agree. And, you know, speaking of advantage too, we're getting ready to set up for this best of 7 series. We have teams joining now. Ant is going to be taking a back step as we're going to allow Vel to join in for game 1. And with Shawnee State University already in the lobby, you know they're ready to go. You know they have such a strong chance in the CRL scene as well. They've had such an impressive performance throughout this season for the Pinnacle Cup on a 6-0. What is one thing you are making sure your teammates are focused on as you get ready for this series, Maxine?
I think if I were in the role of Ant, or I'm pretty sure Slayer being the captain of Shawnee State, if I'm not mistaken. If I were in their position right now, I would keep their team's focus and mental in check. You know, when you're in this kind of situation where it's win or go home, like your mind can be filled with all kinds of thoughts. You could be nervous, and so being the captain, you have to make sure that your team isn't.
I'm inclined to agree. And taking away that nervousness, it feels like Shawnee State is ready to go, folks. We're starting off with a best of 7. Shawnee State University up against Krusty Crew Gaming Chaos. Everyone has joined the lobby. They are ready to play. It's going to be Brock Takua and Velto Cheerio over in the orange, and Slayer, the newcomer adverse, second series of his time with the team with Taco Stash, one of the top contenders on that MVP list, ready to start off an adverse with that first demo. Is going to provide that opening of Slayer with Vel getting the save.
Yeah, as we get into this game, you'll see the teams, they will go back and forth a little. They're just trying to get warmed up to each other. They're trying to get warmed up to the playstyle that they're going to be playing. As we see, Ant has unfortunately taken a back step. Velachirio playing this first game in place adverse, almost starting on off with an insane shot. Barely cleaning off the crossbar with the double tap, but they now have to reset after that.
Beautiful setup from the folks over at Shawnee State. Slayer looking for that pass. Adverse was caught grounded, wasn't able to react in time. Brock looking for a back pass to Vel. Adverse, beautiful save, puts it towards the corner. Taco, a tight angle, but just a bit too slow and a bit too soft. Taco Stash is going to stuff that one away, trying to bring it in. And Maxine, you were right. They're taking their time with each other. They're testing each other's limits. Takua, ball on target. As soon as I compliment both teams, Takua takes advantage and gets the dunk on Taco Stash to get that goal.
And as you're saying, you know, they're testing their limits. That was Takua testing how early can he challenge, and that very much answers this question. He knows that if he challenges before they are ready for the challenge, that could be a huge advantage for them. As we just saw, the first goal given to Shawnee State, but the response comes back right there. It is a great play from Shawnee State. You know, they just keep repeatedly hitting that crossbar until it goes in. And we have a tie game about a minute and a half in.
Minute and a half in, just very quick, back to 0-0. And a bit of that too was just being caught off guard, caught flat-footed for Takua, who was trying to protect that back net, but sadly couldn't really recover in time. And now, once again, Shawnee State on the prowl. The Bears looking for an opening. Adverse tries to find a tight angle. Slayer with the follow-up gets denied. And Brock taking out Adverse. That could provide an opening on that offensive end. Brock taking out Slayer, the Slayer being slain. Takua out of the corner, drops it for Vel. Vel pop-up. It's back towards Brock. Brock fakes out the play. Can't pick up the ball. It's going to be Adverse taking it to the corner. Takua takes flight. Challenged by Adverse. Brock Ooh, cut down by Vel.
As we go down this game, you will see these teams make more chances as they want that last finalizing goal in this series. Adverse looking for that double tap, can't quite find it. Taco Stash doesn't have the shot. Taco is just fending away the shots as they come. Villa cheering now, trying to find some kind of counter attack. It's off the back wall. Adverse, one touch to Slayer. Slayer looking for the clear. Now Brock takes possession, one touch to the sidewall, doesn't have the follow-up. Adverse looking for some offensive pressure for Shawnee State. The flick on target, not quite. Taco Stash for the follow-up. Shawnee State taking that lead just a little bit into the series, a little bit into the game.
And it's that demo play too, taking out Takua and forcing that confusion. That's something that we need to see KCG Chaos adapt to fairly quickly in order to find an opening, as now Shawnee State taking the lead and an error screen popping up on stream. Adverse able to get the save on the back line, able to deny. Ball sent upfield. It's going to be a chance for Slayer to find another goal. Vel misses the touch, but forces Adverse to miss as well. Folks, we are going radio mode at the point in time with 15 seconds left to go. Ball towards the crossbar. Takwa looking for another chance. Going to drop this one down. Is there a pass there? No, Velo can't make it in time. It's going to be Brock trying to drop it inside. Ball still in front of the net. Vel goes up to challenge. It's going to be Takwa off the backboard. Back to Brock, who stuffs it home.
There you go. Like what happened with Shawnee State when they got their first 2 goals. He just kept just putting shots on the net. It took a little longer for KCG Chaos, but that's how they play. They keep hitting that net until they score. We have a tie game, a minute 37 left. KCG Chaos looking to win game 1 against the odds of this higher ranked team. But as mentioned before, you know, they are able to play up. Almost a beautiful double coming out from Taco Stash. Slayer almost finding another shot. Saved away by Brock. Brock, no touch. Taco Stash, the flick up. It's dangerous. Adverse for the shot, and Shawnee State find the lead with a minute 14 left.
Beautiful anticipation from Adverse. Pulls out Vel, who goes in for a squishy save, and Taco tries to challenge, but Adverse gets above both of them and drops it right below, takes that lead right back. It's been a back and forth between Shawnee and KCG Chaos, but KCG Chaos has been losing out in the long run. That momentum shift after they score gets cut quickly by that overwhelming pressure from Shawnee State. And now with Slayer picking up the ball, looks for a pass over to Taco. Taco's able to pick this one up, puts it outside the strike box towards mid, right at Slayer, denied by Takua. Takua can't pick it up, instead out of boost, out of time. Vel clears the ball all the way over to the blue side of the pitch. Slayer's going to pinch this one out off of Adverse. Sadly, that double fit will not work out for them. Adverse looking to pick this one up, takes it away from Slayer. Going to be Brock playing awkward, still gets the touch. Slayer's going to challenge this one onto the backboard. 30 seconds left to go. KCG Chaos needs to tie the game here.
Chaos are looking to get out of their side of the field. Brock is able to, but almost cut short. Fellow Cheerio finds that good beat. Brock, not the best 50, meaning Taco Sash has the clear. Slayer off the back wall. Taco for the shot. It's barely wide, and now Brock has the counterattack. This could be the last chance of this game. The flip reset for Brock off the back wall. Takua for the shot, and Takua finds the net with 4 seconds left. Do we have overtime in game 1? What do you think?
We're absolutely getting OT in game 1. But can we talk for a moment about how Brock is able to pull out that defense by looking for the crossbar, making it just faint enough to where it could go barred down. It could be a pinch. And then Takwa with the read. Now Takwa banging that ball all the way over to the blue side. It's going to be Adverse picking this one up. Gets challenged by Takwa. It's going to force it to ground. We will get game 1 OT here. KCG Chaos looking for a hope and a prayer. But if I'm going by the script right now, I think Shawnee State takes the next goal, Maxine.
By my script as well, they should be taking this game with the next goal, but KCG Chaos looking to break that script right here and right now. Takua fortunately bumped off of it. Taco, a good clear Brock. That's a great touch. But Adverse is there in response. Another great touch from Brock. Velo with the 50. Gets pinches out perfectly to Takua. Now Takua takes flight all the way across the field to the ceiling. Off the back wall, can't find the double tap. Taco Stash looking for a response of his own. Can't find anything. Velo beat out by Adverse. Adverse for the double tap. It's off the crossbar, but it forces the defense out. And Slayer has the free shot, and the script is followed.
The script follows through. Adverse had a beautiful look, but instead opted to adjust his car at the last moment to bounce it out towards Slayer, but it's enough to pull in that defense, make them sail right by. That's how Shawnee State takes game 1 in such a fantastic fashion as well. Adverse making a name for themselves, trying to shoot for that MVP of the playoff bracket. And honestly, look how impressive that scoreline is too. 1, 2, 4, 6. That's goals, assists, saves, and shots. Adverse with their second appearance at a Ascend Tournament Series, and they have to be pretty proud of themselves. But KCG Chaos really showed what they were worth here. Takua and Brock especially. But now maybe with Ant joining the pitch, do you think that momentum shifts? Do you think they have a new plan going into this game too?
I think they 100% do have a new plan going into this next game. With Ant on the field in place of most likely Vel, they'll feel more comfortable, pushing the limits of what they can do. They'll be playing, hopefully, more like themselves. They have a quick little.
And yeah, they're going to play a little bit more like themselves with Ant joining the party. I think it's going to allow them this chance to really set up more chances for each other, because Vel did a great job of playing to that speed, playing to that momentum. However, I think Vel got caught a little bit off guard by the creative inputs from Shawnee State. It made it a little bit more difficult for Vel to find opportunities to help out. However, credit where credit is due. Vel did a great job of finding bumps, demos, getting 50s. Brock especially played that 50 game extremely well. However, I think at the end of the day, they need to pay attention a bit more to their backline, trying to make sure they're not all getting pulled out by one player's option in order to ensure that they can secure that net safely the entire time.
Yeah, they need to keep. Shawnee State needs to keep their momentum, and Brock or Chaos need to shift the momentum going into the next game. After losing that first game, there's a mental barrier that they need to jump. So I'm expecting to see them overcome that barrier.
I do too. I think they can. Again, with Ant coming in, Ant having been able to warm up before the series, had some PC issues, came back in to help out, has a chance to really be that deciding factor against Shawnee State. Shawnee State did a great job too. Let's talk a little bit about how they were able to find passes, how they set up options for each other. I think that's the biggest thing in any ball game sport, is having multiple options for each other. And we saw that with Slayer getting ready for mid touches. We saw that with Taco Stash coming in, and Adverse especially getting ready for game 2. As Sporty has just disconnected, and we're going to screen.
Back to the.
We're good. All right, we're back in, I think. As we get ready for game 2 here.
We should be good now. Yes, we should be good going in game 2. Sorry for cutting you off there. Take it away.
All good. All good. We're heading into game 2. It's not a stream unless there's tech issues, as Brock takes that very first shot for the team. Ant makes their appearance, tries to go for a challenge, but it's going to be Adverse able to beat him out in the end. It's going to be Ant, last man on the line, upfield to Brock. Brock down center, but Slayer crushes Ant, and it's going to be a chance for Shawnee to score. Ball sent away. 30 seconds in so far. Ant getting crushed fairly quickly. Does not look good for KCG Chaos.
Not look good. That offense is building up right now for Shawnee State. They're looking for some kind of breakaway. Takua looking to make it happen. The pass to Ant bumped off of it. Taco Stash has the free jump. Takua almost able to just rip a shot on net there. Saved away by Adverse on the goal line. I mean, you want to talk about Adverse? He's definitely a super sub over there for Shawnee State University. Topping the leaderboard in that game, making his case for the playoff MVP as the sub for Shawnee State University. How impressive is that?
Well, not just the sub, but also moving to that starter position, becoming rank B in 6-mans. He's a very impressive player. Has SSL in 1s as well, so you know he has the mechanical prowess and control. He knows how to pull out that defense. Again, we talked about in game 1. Going into this now, 90 seconds gone by, neither team able to score, a ball floating through the air. And it's going to be Adverse challenging Brock. Brock with barely enough boost, can't get there in time. Slayer's going to pick up the save as Taco is going to avoid the Slayer's take as he tries to go in for the challenge. Taco picks up the ball, drives it out the field. Brock with the pickup, gets it just out of reach of Slayer. Can he ground pit? No, denied by Slayer in the corner. And it's going to be Taco fighting for a chance. Trying to put that ball center for someone as Taco Stash takes him out.
That's a great stop by Brock there, giving his team some time to recoup after one of them just got demoed. But as we have seen, this Shawnee State, they really like to attack that backboard. And honestly, it's the same with Chaos. They both have that same kind of offensive play style where they're trying to pull out the defense. They're trying to pull them out of the net, make them make mistakes. And, you know, hitting that backboard is a very, like, good way to do it. So it will really be who has the better backboard defense in this game. Almost another shot coming out. Can't quite make contact with it, though. Brock trying to clear it out. Adverse is right there. The pass to Taco Stash. Taco Stash for the shot. An amazing passing play by Shawnee State University. Adverse once again being involved with that pass. The bump as well coming out. Just a perfect team play for Shawnee State.
It was a great setup for them, but I have to call out Ant and Takwa here. Bit of confusion as Ant was getting ready to take the ball, but Takwa sailed right past, putting Ant in an awkward spot. Now Ant looking for a first goal. Taco Stash able to pick up the save, though, clears it across the crossbar. And now looking to strike home, Takwa force put it to the corner. It's going to be Ant on the pickup. Tries to drive down, Adverse following through. Takwa gets another ball, but denied by Slayer. Brock doesn't like his look. It's going to Taco Stash. 50 from Brock. Adverse tries to follow through. Instead, that ball's going to sail all the way back to the blue side of the pitch. Taco with a fair bump against Slayer. Adverse
Looking to clear it out. Ant now takes possession, looking for some kind of counterattack. Taco can't find any connection with the ball. That's an awkward bounce, but Taco Stash reads it perfectly. That corner of that wall is impossible to read, but Taco Stash did it perfectly. That's a 2-0 lead for Shawnee State University, and there's only a minute 32 left. You know, it's not impossible, but that is a very hard lead to overcome when you're in a position like KCG Chaos, especially against such good teams. You know, at this kind of situation, it is hard to come back from a deficit like a 2-0. But like I said, it is not impossible. Chaos, they have that offensive pressure building up right now, and they're trying to make sure it doesn't let go of it. Takua, as I say that, hacks one onto the board. The play from Ant as well. They're getting physical. They are bumping. They are doing whatever they can to score.
And Chaos really throwing the Chaos menu at the Bears and throwing them into a bit of a debt. However, they still progress onward. 70 seconds left to go. Plenty of time to hold on to that lead. However, just getting a little closer every single time. They're trying to find another shot. That's an open net for Ant. Ant's going to find their first goal here after getting the assist from Takwa. Takwa's going to happily pay that favor back in full.
Ant he ripped that on net. He saw the defense mess up at the Shawnee State University side, and he took that opportunity and ripped that top middle of the net. Talk about placement right there when you don't need it. Takua, an awkward 50. Ant looking to make it a little less awkward. Doesn't find any success with it, though. Adverse. The pass to Taco Stash. Taco Stash off the back wall. Takua, no touch, but it goes straight to Brock. Brock takes possession, looking for the dunk, but Slayer reads it and plays low instead. Some great situational awareness coming out from Slayer. You know, we've seen him score some goals here and there, but, you know, knowing that he can be that smart situational player is just, it's very good when you're a teammate of him.
It's very good when you're a teammate. However, sometimes being a good teammate means knowing when to time your demos as well, and that almost cost Chaos that tie game. They're looking for an OT here with 10 seconds left to go. They might want to try and prevent it. Adverse, great ceiling challenge, puts that ball away, ball towards center. Adverse takes it to the side, full boost, goes up again, tries to drop the ball down, but Taco Stash wants to go coast to coast, gets denied, the ball dunks down, and we're heading to OT once again. Now will Shawnee State take this goal? Maxine, who takes it next? Because it could very well be either team at this point.
Well, as the script says, it should be Chaos. That was an opportunity right there. But it is stripped away by the Shawnee State defense. Brock showing his offense off once again. The flip reset to Ant for the shot. Slayer blocks it. Adverse does not have the clear. Taco Stash takes possession now. Taco, a great challenge to keep that offensive pressure on. Slayer looking to clear it out. Hits Ant. A great challenge. Brock barely beat to it by Adverse, but still managing to find some piece of it. Taco Stash to clear out. The demo on last man. Adverse. The open net. No one can bet there. And Shawnee State takes the 2-0 series lead.
That is tough. Just everyone on the side of Chaos completely running on empty, and sadly they're driving through the Midwest, no gas station in sight, and any gas station worth going to, you need a membership card to pay for. Sadly, KCG Chaos will not take another chance to score here. They might be looking for a timeout at this point in time. Shawnee State, though, on a 2-0-1 off of 2 OTs, getting a little close for them, but I feel like with that sub from Ant Maxine, KCG Chaos can bring it in a little bit closer. They just need a bit more time in the oven before it's perfect.
Yeah, I think they just need to get warmed up just a little bit more, and I don't think they'll use their timeout this time around, but I wouldn't blame them if they did. You know, going down 2 in a series, it is hard, but Ant just came in and they performed, in my opinion, a lot better. You know, they started off a little slow, but that's normal for this starting roster of Chaos. So expect to see them come back next game better than we have seen them so far.
I truly do think they will come back better. I think the one missing factor in the second game was Brock wasn't really able to find more opportunities to score. Brock had a great idea on a demo in order to prevent that possession from Shawnee State. However, they timed it just a bit better. That left a bigger opening for KCG Chaos to have a bit more time to control and contain and take care of the ball. Maybe even have Ant show that Bezzy key technique that I've been seeing so much about. But now we're heading into game 3. Chance for a match point here for Shawnee State. Chance for redemption for KCG Chaos. It's going to be Brock picking up the ball in a 1v1 against Adverse. Just needs a little bit more space, but not out of time. It's Takua taking out the side of the ball.
That's already a good sign for KCG Chaos. When they are comfortable, they are doing those solo plays. They are looking to make it as bad as they can for Shawnee State, looking to cause chaos on their side of the field. You know, they're faking the ball, they're taking the boost, they're just giving so much pressure out, but they need to start that first. And this Shawnee State offense is nothing to scoff at as well. It is absolutely insane. This is a good opportunity for Chaos. Adverse, barely able to clear it out. That's a pinch, not quite on target. Taco Stash now pitches it with his own, and that is just a laser all the way down the field. Ant responds with his own bang. Now it's Taco to follow it up, looking for the pass. Slayer reads it nearly perfectly, and now here's a chance for Shawnee State.
Try and take advantage of booming the ball out to get a bit more space. However, it's a little too awkward as Adverse sees that quick cut and just continues to harass and harangue the ball. Takwa was trying to clear this one out, instead bumped it too close to the net. Ant can't react in time, and Adverse will take adversity against them.
Yeah, it is some great offense from Shawnee State. You know, when they're able to get off defense, that counterattack is something just amazing. I feel like most of their goals have been from counterattacks, really. That transition from defense to offense has been just something that Shawnee State has perfected at this point. Another great shot. Brock able to save it away. Adverse is already up for it. Fakes it out. Slayer, the pass to Taco Stash. Taco Stash places it perfectly. It takes the 2-0 lead for Shawnee State. Ain't even throwing out his own little nice shot right there.
What a feint from Adverse. Just goes up, recognizes they don't really have control, but it looks so good. It looks like it's going to be a perfect touch, and it drops down. right in front of them, and even when they react, it's just a bit too late, causing the 2-0 lead once again for Shawnee State. Takua, though, is not giving up in this fight yet. Tries to redirect, doesn't catch up to the ball in time. Is just a bit too far, even using all that boost. Taco Stash controls the ball, force 50 by Brock, and then a clear away by the respawned Takua. Player wants to clear it away, tries to find an opening to Adverse, but Takua's going to deny. Brock with the 50, not enough to find space, and great challenge, but Slayer's going to take this one away.
Takua, they're continuing that offense. This is what I was talking about. They built up that offense, but Shawnee State, they are like the perfect counter to that because they are able to position and they have some kind of solo play up their sleeve to get them out of that situation. But right now, we are just waiting for that. Slayer looking to be that solo play, denied by Adverse now. The pass to Taco Stash. 50. Brock ends up just completely winning that. But Taco Stash, a great recovery. Takua, they need that touch. They need to keep possession as Shawnee State. They are building up some offense already.
They've had such beautiful looks, pace, and point right there. Someone grab a clip of that because Taco Stash wants to look at it all night long. Adverse, beautiful feed to Taco, who redirects, and no one on the side of KCG Chaos can anticipate and be prepared for it. They just see the ball sailing right to the top shelf, and sadly, it's just a bit too expensive for them to go for it. Caught flat-footed, now it's a 3-0 lead. I was really anticipating this being a repeat of Game 2, where we would see another OT, but instead it's going to be Ant just a bit too late to help out Brock. Slayer clears the ball out to the opposite corner. It's going to be a feed to Adverse, who's taking it back down low. Across the backboard, tries to find an opening to Slayer. Slayer trying to find a pass over to Taco. Taco looking for his number once again. Denied by Brock. Can't force through. It's Adverse firing. Taco takes out Takua. And that's a 4-0 lead for Shawnee State University.
That is just a wonderful demo. Some great heads-up play from Taco Stash to take out Takua. But to be honest, I don't think that was really needed. Chaos, they had a defender in net, but that was a wonderful shot as well. Like, even the best defenders would have some trouble saving that. The speed and placement on that was very, very nice, but Chaos, they need to respond as soon as possible and to at least get some momentum going into this next game. That's a great bang. Taco with the pre-jump of a lifetime. Taco looking to take some possession. The 50 with Slayer. Brock trying to force something. Slayer clears it all the way down the field. Adverse off the sidewall. Ant bangs it across. Brock is there. The other bang. Taco cuts him off. Ant fakes it out. Adverse does not fall for any of the tricks. Slayer, the shot creams off the crossbar. Taco looking to clear it out. The great 50 with Taco, but Adverse keeps it close. Ant, the shot, it's weak. Adverse has the save. Taco with the commit as last man. Works out in his favor, but not enough.
Adverse fighting for his life, wants to pick up one more goal, but that fourth goal was the nail in the coffin for this Game 3. It's going to be Shawnee State looking for a 4-0 fairly soon. We could have 3 sweeps tonight as long as they continue this forward momentum. They've been having such fantastic passes once again. And KCG Chaos just could not find their offense, cut down to a third of how many shots they had in Game 1 and Game 2. Only Brock and Taco was able to find any kind of forward momentum, and even then it was a bit too tough and a bit too tight, as we're going to go ahead and close out Game 3. 4-0 in favor of Shawnee State. And KCG Chaos, they have a timeout remaining, but I don't know if they want to utilize that. They just need to find a way to cool down Shawnee State.
Yeah, I would definitely not be surprised if they use the timeout. And there it is, confirmed. Ant uses his timeout, looking to, cool off their head and hopefully make Shawnee a little cold as well.
So with KCG Chaos, they had 2 very close games. The first 2 went to OT. What changed in this Game 3, in your opinion, Maxine?
I think it was just the momentum that Shawnee State had going into that series was just something that KCG Chaos was not ready to handle.
I agree. I mean, Adverse especially was playing so quick and ferocious, but was actively looking for passes the entire time. Slayer was getting involved, contesting and contending with all the momentum KCG Chaos had. They struggled to find themselves onto that orange side of the pitch. Any decent looks they had was immediately knocked away by Slayer. And Adverse as well, incredible 50s, incredible challenges, providing openings for the team as Taco Stash was able to find so many goals. So going into this game 4, as we take the 60-second timeout, again, both teams get a full minute timeout. What are you as KCG Chaos talking about? What are you trying to adjust and adapt in this series to contend with Shawnee State?
I think that they need someone covering every available option. You know, of course, you need that back post defense. It is one of the most important things in Rocket League when it comes to defense. But what a lot of people don't talk about is covering the midfield pass. And that midfield was open so many times for so many passes. And I think that going in this next game, Chaos needs someone covering that midfield whenever possible. You know, they were playing that backboard, but like a lot of those backboard passes also relied on the midfield pass. So they need someone to be that midfield cover.
I believe so too, but the other issue I saw was anytime they had a decent look, they were just too far out to really assist each other on these offensive runs. And there's nothing wrong with going for a solo play. I'm not going to knock them for trying. However, you're talking about having the options open. They definitely need to have someone at least upfield in a 2-1 to support that first man. As we have a DC on the pitch in the moment, so going back to that backfield too, the passing plays going on between Shawnee State, they feel like they've been finding great angles and anticipation. How do you get a wider view of what's going on? How do you calm correctly to be prepared for that backboard pass, to see that ball drop down in front of the net?
No, I think that they need someone to be on their toes, if not all of them, be on their toes.
I'm inclined to agree. They need to play on their toes. They need to be a bit faster overall, which is at this level so hard to do. How do you get faster? How do you anticipate quicker? And that's just predictability and where the ball is going to go. And we are predicting that Ant will have a better PC in the future. But going into game 4, who else but Taco Stash to take the first goal? Anyone could have predicted that going on.
My jaw is on the floor. They are looking like gentlemates in EU. The fake kickoff, pre-jump passing play, absolutely beautiful. Those are some of the most satisfying shots in all of Rocket League. Taco almost responding immediately, but saved away by Taco Stash. And here's Taco. He flicks early, looking for some kind of pass mid now. Slayer is a little awkward, but Ant doesn't commit. You need to commit that. Oh, but Ant! He finds the angle of a lifetime right there.
And yeah, he finds the angle of a lifetime, able to anticipate that shot, fakes out the defense, could have committed there, but instead a soft teardrop, and that momentum shift, that tempo shift down to a slower speed than what you're used to, catches off anyone off guard. But now, Adverse has another chance, picks up the ball. Brock driving down center lane. Ant over to Brock. Back towards the back. It's going to be Taco picking this one up onto the backboard. Slayer clears upfield. It's going to be Taco Stash. Takes a touch. It's off to the corner. Adverse goes to challenge, but can't get to the ball. Doesn't have a lot of boost to play. Taco Stash double tap off the corner. Sends it inside. Brings that lead right back. Now, 4th kickoff so far. KCG Chaos once again fighting from below. They are at least have some momentum. This is faster than what they've gotten to from the first game. It's going to be Takua trying to pick up the ball. Slayer goes to redirect instead, puts it onto the backboard. It's going to be Brock and a 1v1 against Taco Stash. Calls himself off, tries to give it over to Takua. Adverse Great save. Ball dropped down to Brock. It's inside the post. Lucky bounce. It will go in. Tied 2-2. KCG Chaos fighting for a chance, fighting for momentum, and trying to keep themselves ahead. And they are looking for a reverse sweep, but like my freshly clean shaven beard, it's pretty patchy. As we're heading into the fifth kickoff, it's a minute and 10 seconds gone by. Highest scoring game so far. Slayer looking for a chance. Tries to go for a dunk on Takua. Won't be able to break through here. Slayer gonna give this over to Adverse. Gonna back step, allow that time to work out. Taco Stash up high, tries to go for the double taps. Adverse tries to follow through, but Brock is able to pick this one up in a 2v1. Can't predict where that ball is going. And remember, folks, the name of the game right now is predictability. How well can you read your opponent's movement? How well can you understand what they are going to do next? Because right now, Slayer is looking for that pass to Adverse, but Ant with the cutoff sees that passing lane and closes the channel faster than American tariffs. Now we're heading past another chance for KCG Chaos to find an opening. It's going to be Taco Stash dropping the ball down. No one is ready at the mid lane. It's going to be Shawnee State stepping back. They're in a bit of a panic with these rotations right now. Not really able to utilize that momentum we saw in the first 3 games. Not really able to find an opening with each other, except Taco Stash was about to do a solo play all by him lonesome, but sadly the ticket just cut short before the last stop. Player, ball dropped down to Adverse. Adverse on target. Brock with the quick save. Takua caught in the back of the net. Or no, I apologize, that's Ant. Trying to find a moment. It's going to be Brock sailing past. Ant sends it upfield, down towards the backboard. Takua looking for a redirect back to Ant. Ant kills the ball towards center. Brock in a 1v3, not favorable odds. Tries to get the ball across to Takua. Takua, top shelf will bring the lead for KCG Chaos for the first time in a long time, and it's got to be just a bit sweet. However, there's still 133 seconds left to go. We're heading into the 6th goal. Monkey Shines TV is in the chat. He is also looking for the reverse sweep. There is a moment here. There is an opportunity, but with 130 seconds left, that is quite some time. That is more than you can be anticipating when you are playing defense, especially against a team like Shawnee State University. But that is their burden to bear as the Bears are looking for another opening. Ball dropped down. Taco Stash can't beat out Brock. Sailing the cross is going to be Ant in the corner. Pay attention to Brock's position. He's stepping back. He's playing the corner. No one is really back post. They're trying to just cut off this momentum as quickly as possible. Fortunate break for Takua. Taco Stash challenging. Ball just barely getting away. Ant's going to step back. Brock is playing the half-court line. They're playing a little bit safer. They're playing for that back line. And that could be their punishment. Taco Stash takes out Ant. And now that ball is driving right down center. Taco Stash with the quick cut will pick up the goal to tie it back 3-3. 86 seconds left to go. We're heading into the 7th kickoff here. KCG Chaos is feeling the heat at the moment. They have 9 shots total to the 5 from Shawnee State. Shawnee State putting everything they can defensively, but more importantly, finding other options on offense. That demo play provided an opening for Taco Stash to get that goal, to tie it back up. Can they do it again? Can KCG Chaos be a bit more field aware? Will they be able to deny the demo plays from Shawnee as Taco Stash sails across past the half-court line? Takua challenges, sends it away. Brock looking for an opening, a little bit too high. Can Takua get there in time? No, Ant out of position. That's a demo from Brock. That could be an opening. That's going to be a teardrop shot. Ant able to bring it 4-3 right now, folks. Less than 50 seconds to go. KCG Chaos with a chance here. And they just need to stay mindful. They need to reach inside themselves, know what they can take today. And so far, it is a chance. It is a hope. It is a best-of-7 series, though, so they need to pray just a bit harder. They need to showcase that faith. As 40 seconds drop, ball towards Ant. Ant challenges Adverse, and I believe that's a double commit from Taco Stash, too. Player takes flight. Takua decides to deny the airspace, puts up the anti-air, and that's just on plus frames. Ant, ball backwards as Takua has to get the save. It's on the backboard. Brock will deny. The Brock board comes in clutch. 15 seconds left to go. Takwa low on boost, ball towards center. Ant tries to deny. No one is back. Taco Stash has a chance. He can't get up. He can't get it inside. Adverse can't find the net either. It's going to be Slayer. Teardrop of a shot. Takwa will the denial. They need to bring this ball to ground. Will Adverse allow them? Ball to the ground. We have a chance. We have a moment for a reverse sweep. It's 3-1 at this point in time as my connection gets destroyed. But we are moving on to game 5. The sweep is denied.
Yeah, the sweep totally is denied there. As I think we've lost another one of our casters here. Maxine may have rage quit mid-game here, but while we wait on that connection here, Cole, what a match it has been so far. KCG Chaos, the first time we get a match here that won't end in just 4 games, and I mean they had the battle for it too. This is not an easy matchup for them or an easy result, but they got that win, and admittedly, I will say, impressively, without using any timeouts at all. But a great showing so far here to KCG Chaos to stick around, stay alive in this series.
Yeah, KCG Chaos, with that timeout that they had previously, though, able to take that moment for themselves. They were able to reset, and they found more aggression coming out. I mean, they have 10 shots to the 8 from Shawnee State. They were able to deny a couple of the shots. Granted, they got lucky on a few angles as well, too. They were able to just find the woodwork working in their favor, that legendary 4th man MVP every single season to help save their life. But now they need to progress onward, and they have the idea of a reverse sweep. But now they need to see if they can get the dream started here. They need to find some investment going into this. What does KCG Chaos need to continue to do in order to overcome the Shawnee State Bears?
Yeah, simply put, they're going to need to find momentum, and they really need to make sure, if anything, they don't go one-on-one. They are not going to win one-on-one against Shawnee State University. I think this is a team that feels confident in their ability to play 1v1, to play in those solo plays. Simply put, you can't win that way, not against Shawnee State. KCG Chaos, the keys to success are really playing around them, taking advantage of the openings, because there are openings in front of that net, a little outside the net. Those rotations aren't nearly as consistent as maybe the ones are for KCG Chaos. If they can take advantage of Shawnee State and their awkward rotations and their awkward plays and the openings around them, that's where you're going to see Chaos succeed, is when they find space. But it's so tough, especially when they're trying to play one-on-one, which just isn't going to work that well.
Yeah, it felt really nice to see that KCG Chaos were able to provide openings. And I called it back in Game 3. They needed to work on the timing of their demos, and they were able to do so in that Game 4. It's impressive to see how Brock was able to get openings for Takwa and Ant in order to provide that net for them to score off of. And now we have everyone able to join back in. We're getting ready for Game 5 for hopefully KCG Chaos reverse sweep run. But Shawnee State, this happens from time to time. Sporty, if they drop this game, they're most likely going to call the timeout. Do you think they continue the series there and try to close out before Game 7 happens? Or do you think that's going to be KCG in favor all the way?
I mean, you don't want to go to Game 7. If you go to Game 7 into Shawnee State, I think it is all in KCG Chaos' favor. So you got to get off to a good start, and you got to not let KCG Chaos have that momentum. It's a big if you let them have that momentum, because if you let them have the momentum, that's where things can fall apart. Momentum can really turn this series around.
And now, with the first few shots, a bit of a gap in the defense, but Brock able to recognize that Slayer was rising up to try to get that shot from the ceiling. Denies, Adverse takes out Takwa. Taco Stash looking for a pass over to Adverse. Almost a double commit, because I think I heard Slayer jumping up behind him. And ball back towards center. Slayer able to take this one away. No first quick goal, but it's feeling a little bit like Game 2, where it's going to take a bit of a back and forth before we see the team start scoring back and taking the lead, as Taco Stash immediately proves me wrong before a minute is up.
The caster curse is in full effect right there. As you were saying, you felt like it was going to be a little, but the ghost touch from Takua allows the ball just to bounce right onto his own net, unfortunately putting them down a goal within the first minute of game number 5.
And now Brock finds an opening, but no one is there to help out, and that's something we called out very early on. They need to have another option nearby. Ant clears this ball towards the corner, but without boost, can't really make much of it. Taco's going to take flight, rise above, but Taco stash with the clear, and Brock puts it over to the opposite side. Dangerous positioning, and able to pick this one up. Taco sets it up for Ant. Ant with the T onto the backboard, tries to find an opening for the team, but will be denied. Taco, one more chance. Player and Adverse double commit, but it's a pass over to Taco Stash. Rises up, tries to track it down low, but Ant with the block the entire time.
A great defense and offense coming out from KCG Chaos. They just need to find one little opening in that defense of Shawnee State University to tie this up. The great clear from Taco, followed up by Brock. Another great 50. Taco was there. It's off the back wall. Slayer doesn't have the best touch ever. Ant has the 50 Adverse on the counterattack. A great fake from Brock right there, giving them some free control, but Taco Stash denies him it. Taco Stash the pass mid. Ant denies it. The pass back to Adverse. Adverse dodges the dunk. Taco a great challenge, but Slayer is right there. It's off the back wall. Brock doesn't have it. It's a great 50 with Ant. Ant not in the net. Unfortunate for KCG Chaos.
And now Taco gets denied once again by Taco Stash, who picks up the ball off the sidewall. Good pass to Adverse, looking for another chance. It's going to be Slayer. Sending it out to the corner. Adverse goes up to challenge. Wants to drop the ball down center line for Taco. Taco has the possession, gets a flick, but it's going to be outside the bounds of the goal. Now Ant taken out by Taco Stash from behind. It's going to be Slayer picking this one up as the ball is in free fall. One more shot, top shelf, denied by Taco and Ant with the assist as well. Still, less than 120 seconds to go. KCG Chaos need to find a goal here to have a hope of getting an OT at minimum, or possibly a back-to-back goal. Brock powers through. There's the ball, flip reset, pass to Ant. Ant off target. Tries to set it up for Brock, but it's going to be a little bit too far. Taco takes a bit of an overextension on their vacation, and that's going to almost cost the team a chance to come back. Now, 1v1, Taco needs to get a flick over Taco. Stash not able to break through on this run.
Yeah, the Chaos, they've had many opportunities, but this Shawnee State University, they are so good at getting out of defense that it's so hard for that offensive pressure to build up for Chaos. Like, they need to get that rhythm going. They need to get the offense going without overextending, because those open nets are just something that Shawnee State will take 100% of the time. Adverse looking for the double tap, can't quite find it, but it bounces back to Slayer. Slayer hits it high. Brock has the clear. Taco demoed by Slayer. Slayer bangs it out. Ant doesn't have the touch, but Taco is there to clear it out.
Taco picks up the boost off the side. Ant wanted it, but that's okay. It works out in the end. However, it doesn't. Ant low on boost. It's going to be off target. Just barely knocked out by Ant. Brock redirect. Top shelf goes inside. 1-1. 32 seconds remain. If we hit OT, though, Shawnee State has been 2 for 2 when it goes to OT wins right now.
What a just perfect shot from Brock. I saw that ball just fly across the field, and I knew that Brock would have that. Those are shots that you cannot be missing, especially at this, this point of a series, of course, but at this level of gameplay, those are not shots that you could afford to miss. And so Brock, he took that opportunity, and he just ripped it, perfectly placed top of the net. It's dangerous for Chaos. And Taco keep it away. Brock helps. The clear from Taco. Taco Stash has to make the save. Now Brock, they just want OT, and then they didn't. There it is, though. We have OT.
They're bakers, and they're risking it for the biscuit. They're trying to make their way to the buffet line, trying to get that last chance opportunity. Adverse clears the ball away, but Taco Stash can't get the pickup. Ant slow to control, sends it around, trying to outplay Taco Stash and Adverse. Slayer waits patiently at the back line. It's going to be Adverse clearing it out all the way to the opposite side, but Ant drops it down to Taco. Adverse, beautiful cut. Sends it over to Brock. Brock, one more touch. No, can't get there in time. It's just out of reach. And he doesn't have a big enough wingspan, but Taco will score. There is an idea of a reverse sweep here for KCG Chaos.
A reverse sweep is not something that happens a lot, but we have seen it before. The reverse sweep is 100% alive for Chaos. They have a momentum. That is the first overtime that they have won this series, and that must be a big morale killer for Shawnee. You know, after losing one game, you're like, all right, all good, we got the next one. But now they just dropped the second one. What do you think Shawnee State is going to do?
If I am Shawnee State, I'm going to call a timeout. I need KCG Chaos to calm down. And I need Shawnee State to show that they are truly the bear in the forest that we need to be worried about. However, I also need to make fun of KCG Chaos for putting the fear in the heart of the organization owner, because they know Krusty hates Game 7, and yet they're going to try and strike true for it. They are doing everything they can to hit that Game 7 moment, and it's all to make fun of Krusty the entire time.
You know, they secretly all despise Krusty. It's very true. I talked to Brock himself. You know, they especially quote unquote hate Krusty. But seriously though, they didn't do this on purpose. Probably.
We're heading into Game 6 right now, and if I am Shawnee State, I need this victory. I don't want to give Chaos a chance to reign. However, making their way like Chaos Theory, it is going to be Brock looking for a shot off the backboard, was looking for a setup for Takua. However, Taco Stash able to play that 50 fairly well. Shawnee State really want to take this first goal for themselves. Ant with getting bumped out of the way, getting caught by that Slayer's guard, but will not break through. Maxine, who do you think takes the first goal, and what are you anticipating to happen in order for it to break through?
I think that Chaos are going to take the first goal, and it's going to be a demo play. But as I say that, the demos and bumps come out from Shawnee State. Caster Curse reversed. Shawnee State, some great bumps and demos. Give them the lead in Game 6.
We keep talking about it. We need Chaos to be very field aware. And now at this point in time, Slayer is going to do everything he can to clear out that back line, try to open it up for Adverse or for Taco Stash, whoever can get to that ball and has the best angle for it. But on the opposite end, Taco and Ant are going to look for some beautiful passing plays. No matter how contested they get, they will find that gap and like a smuggler will make their way through the cove and break through that city wall.
Oh my, what placement that is. He barely avoided hitting that crossbar and sniped it perfect top left of that and blue net. We have a tie game. Takua looking to give them an advantage. I don't think they want it over overtime. I don't think Krusty can handle another overtime in this series, especially not in Game 6 or 7, when they are, you know, one game away from getting knocked out completely. The great clear for Brock. Takua in support. One more touch from him. Follows it up with a shot. It's on target, and Chaos have the lead.
I want you to pay attention, folks. If you look back in the past 15 seconds, pay attention where Adverse has been the entire time. He was caught demo chasing on that entire orange side of the pitch, went around the block trying to find some tree in order to knock down, and instead felled the wrong tree and crashed into his own house. It feels like a hurricane season over in Austin, Texas once again. It's Ant dropping this ball towards center. KCG Chaos with the lead. They have had an impressive run so far. They realized their mistake in the beginning, and they have done better and better as time goes on. They have adaptability, which is so important for these top-level teams. But now Taco Stash takes that 50, and Slayer's going to pick that ball up. No, Brock with the steal, but Adverse with the clear away from them.
Slayer stops that in the midfield. And just looking to waste some time here. I think that's what Chaos needs to do. They need to just waste time. They need to make sure that they have possession. They need to make sure that Shawnee State doesn't have possession. It's very scary when you see someone like Taco Stash or even Adverse especially. When they have possession, there are so many things they can do with it. They are all so capable with ball control. So it's very hard in being in a position where Shawnee State has possession of the ball.
They are very capable. However, I feel like defensively, if they get put too much pressure, it's eventually you keep throwing water at a wall, it's going to crumble over the years. And Shawnee State's done a great job of trying to find that opening. Brock, last one back. Taco comes in to help out, but Brock's able to get that save from Taco Stash. Adverse is doing everything he can to clear out that back line, trying to find bumps and demos. Now in a 1v1 against Ant. Ant doesn't know he has no boost and will outplay him, ties it up 2-2. The demos and bumps work out. That hesitation from Ant gives up the goal.
No, I don't even blame him for getting scored on right there. I get scored on like that all the time, and I score like that all the time. It is so just like hard to defend something like that, especially when they have full possession of that ball and you are facing away from the play. They could do so many things. They could fake you. They could do what he did and to shoot it well placed. And, you know, it's a tie game for Shawnee State. Brock fakes it out, takes possession. Gets that save as well, technically. And shoots it on net in his bottom left. Just rips it on net. Taco Stash was not ready for that. And I don't blame him.
I have been saying this all night. Find your timing on bumps and demos. In that case, Adverse comes in, gets that bump on Brock, and gives it up to Ant because Brock finds that perfect passing lane. Maxine, I'm sorry. I'm just so excited about the series. But Krusty does have a point. They need to go 2 up in order to have some insurance and then kill time. They got 95 seconds left. Can they find an insurance goal, or will they have to pay out full cost for their appointment?
I think Krusty is right. You definitely need that 2-goal lead, but, you know, as time winds down, you know, you might not have a chance to get that 2-goal lead, especially against a team like Shawnee State University. We have said it time and time again. It is so hard to score on them. Adverse with the shot. Taco Stash almost finds the redirect, but Ant keeps it out of danger. Brock now trying to find something on offense for Chaos. They just did one more. Taco Stash with the pre-jump. It's off the back wall. They're looking for the bumps. Brock is bumped, but he still makes the save. What a recovery for Brock there. And Taco Stash has to reset. Goes up the sidewall looking for the pass to Slayer. Slayer rips it off the back wall. Ant is right there in position, though.
And has stepped up big time for the team and now is asking Taco to step in his place. All cleared all the way over to the blue side. 38 seconds left to go. Slayer, powerful boom upfield, carries it, tries to bring it bar down, but sadly hits the railing. It's Taco looking for another shot. Just doesn't have the altitude. Instead bumps out Taco Stash. That could be enough as Ant sinks his teeth, sinks those mandibles into Taco Stash. Trying to buy some time. Brock trying to drop like a rock. Wasn't able to find a teammate. Ant has to get the save, has to clear the ball out. Hits the ceiling, 8 seconds left. Adverse off the backboard. Slayer denied. Taco. Last prayer, last chance, sends it clear across. A bit too powerful, a bit too much. Trying to find an opening for the team. Slayer to Adverse, to the right wing, to Slayer again. It's tied 3-3.
I knew it was going to happen. I saw them. They had the boost. They had the ball. And we have a 0-second goal. We have overtime in Game 6. It is win or go home for KCG Chaos. It's not even win or go home. It's score or go home. But that's a good kickoff for Shawnee State. Taco Stash has possession already, but Brock denies it. Can't follow it up, though. Adverse. One touch out. Taco is ready for it. Slayer doesn't have it. Taco doesn't have much. Ant almost finding an opening there. Can't quite have it. Brock keeps it in. Ant is up for it. It's off the back wall. Taco for the shot. Goes for the back wall. Double tap. Taco goes to Game 7.
Taco off the pass from Ant. Sees Adverse, comes in too quick, too fast, too furious, and sadly makes out like Tokyo Drift as the ball goes right past him. What a beautiful shot from Taco to close the deal. We're in Game 7. Shawnee needs a timeout.
I wouldn't blame them if they do, but even if they don't use their timeout, I still wouldn't blame them. You know, they look so good that game. So, you know, they might want to use that timeout, get Chaos a little colder. But if they don't, then that means they want to stay hot. Yes, there it is. They're not going to use it. They want to stay hot. They think they have what it takes.
They think they have what it takes, and honestly, I don't doubt them for a minute. However, as much of a power move as this is, if it's going to go any direction like the bear, it's going to leave me stressed out. As we go in for the series closer, do you believe in miracles, Maxine? Because KCG Chaos is on the verge of a reverse sweep.
Miracles? I think you mean destiny. This is exactly the script I had written. Sort of. I had them winning 4-2, but 4-3, good enough for me.
Well, if we have a pause, we're going to be left on a bungee here as we wait for everyone to reconnect in that moment. And it could very well be that dream. It could very well be that destiny where they reverse sweep as we go into Game 7. And there is one of two possibilities. On the side of Shawnee State, they could be panicked and fearful as they have given up three straight wins to their opposition. On the opposite side, KCG Chaos put everything into that victory for more than 18 minutes. Are they out of gas? This is the moments that make the team as Takwa looks for a center, but Adverse will deny.
Not a lot of boost in the tank for Adverse, though. Brock shuts it down. Ant, that's a wonderful 50. Now he just needs the pass play to Takua. Takua for the shot, and Takua, the guy who forced Game 7 with a wonderful double tap, now finds a wonderful pass from Ant to just slot it perfectly between the two defenders. And chaos.
It's so impressive to see Takwa because I feel like Takwa has really stood out throughout this entire series. They have been the reliable pinch hitter, whether it's Game 1 and Game 2, getting it close to tie, and then figuring it out coming Game 4. Maxine, I'm really having a good time right now. I gotta be honest.
I don't blame you. You know, you have Cassidy these last two series, and they have been sweeps. So I bet you are just so. You've been just like wanting this Game 7, and a reverse sweep is the best way to have it. And almost finds an opportunity right there. Adverse bangs it on the field. It's an overcommit from Takua, and we have a tie game in Game 7.
Adverse finds that opening, and there it is once again. That field awareness lacking from KCG Chaos, that over tilt, in my opinion. Because sometimes you get so excited, you are so ready and amped and ready to go, you forget. I left the back door open, and my cat just got out. So with that in mind, going into this next one, they're looking for a second one. Taco Stash clears the ball all the way over to the orange side of the pitch. And going back to what you were saying earlier, Maxine, we've seen two sweeps early on, and now we are here at Game 7. To borrow a phrase from the man, the myth, the legend, Monkey Shines himself, we are here for the content. With 90 seconds gone by, we're back to a tie game right now with both teams with a heavy back and forth.
Yeah, this back and forth has been insane. It looks just like Game 1. If this goes to overtime, will we see Shawnee State take it in overtime, or will we not even see an overtime? Will we see one of the teams prevail in regulation, find that lead? Slayer looking to force it. The double from Taco Stash does not find its way into the net. Ant pops it up. Takua bumped off of it. Adverse keeps the ball on that side. Gets one more touch. Ant does have the save. Barely able to find Matt. Now Takua pops it up high. Taco Stash floats with him. Takua finds the way around him. Brock clears it on the field looking for the sidewall. Corner read can't find it.
Big clear, and it's going to be Brock picking up the save, calling down, and smart, incredible call and chemistry happening between KCG Chaos. Adverse going for the bump on Takua, but that ball's going to go sailing away. Takua able to find clearance, gets one more touch, and that's going to go all the way towards the net. Adverse scrambling to get a save as we continue on this pressure where it just shifts like a pendulum between these two teams. Maxine, I'm calling a shot right now. Next goal wins, no matter what the scoreline is at the end of the day, whether it's Shawnee State or KCG. Whoever goes 2-1 here will take the series in their favor.
I 100% agree with you. It could be an overtime. It could be right now for either team. That's a wonderful bang from Taco Stash. Takua can't reach it. Brock can't find a touch either. Slayer fakes it out. The shot from Adverse, and Shawnee State go 2-1 up.
Shawnee State, Adverse plays it so patiently, was waiting, puts that pressure on, allows his team to just get in the face of KCG Chaos, and then knocks it home. Brings up 2-1, and with 100 seconds remaining, could give me a chance to prove myself right, and at least I'll come out with one prediction correct by the end of the night.
I feel that all of my predictions have been wrong, except sort of one. I predicted a 4-1 for the first game, and it was a 4-0, so predictions cannot always be right. Brock can't find it. Taco Stash, they have the breakaway. Ant is able to get back, and Taco Stash takes his time, though. Brock looking for the counterattack already, trying to find some bumps. Takua forces him out. Slayer looking for the redirect. Oh, what a touch down the field. Brock does turn on this, grabs the full boost. Looking for the full field air dribble. Can't find it. Adverse for the shot. Ant blocks it away to Brock. And Taco Stash keeps the pressure on for Shawnee State.
Takua, incredible save, prevents Taco Stash. Ant with an even better one at the finish line, essentially. Able to clear that one away. And Takua, low 50, loses the ball, but it's going to be Ant dropping it for Brock. Brock looking for the upper 90. It's denied. Opposite side for Takua. My prediction is wrong once again.
What a game. Brock barely missing the top right of the net, but Takua is right there with a top left shot. The goal is shattered, and we have a 2-2 game. 30 seconds left. Brock looking to make it a 3-2 game, can't follow it up, but now he wants to pass. Adverse forces it out. Slayer turns for the demos. Adverse bangs it. Takua with the pre-jump. He finds the beat. Slayer takes it back to his corner. Ant is there, looking to slay his opportunities. Takua now wants the backboard. Can't find it, though, as Adverse clears it away. Ant is last back, as the one behind him was demoed. Brock gets one touchdown. Does he want overtime, or does he want to kill it? And we have overtime. In Game 7, you could not have written a better script.
Say it with me now. For the... Oh, no! Oh, no. Absolute cinema moment. All the hype. I was ready to go, and it's like a single party popper exploding too early at a surprise party. It just makes you jump, and you're a little bit sad about it. Shawnee State went out. I am 1 for 2 in predictions. I am an awful predictor and analyst. What a series from both teams.
I mean, you were technically right. Shawnee State did go up 2-1 and won the game. So, I mean, you're right.
Absolutely incredible. Oh my God. So Shawnee State is going to be moving on in playoffs, and they will be the first series tomorrow night for semifinals. And they will be facing off against the winner of 100x Night versus Sloth Dark. Shawnee State, they brought that in way closer than they ever anticipated, I feel like. Maxine, help me calm down.
I was hoping you could help me. That's just an absolutely insane series.
I'm reeling still. And just like my dating, actually, no, I can't say that. I have a wonderful partner. But folks, what incredible series. And folks, you can't get any more action better than this in the Pinnacle Cup of the Ascend Tournament Series. And with that going on, we still have more action for you tonight. Coming up soon, it is going to be Sporty bringing you back. We're going to have a full desk as well. Maxine, you'll be there. I'm out of here. But thank you so much for casting this series with me. This was an absolutely incredible matchup to do so. And I cannot wait to see what comes up next. Let's go ahead and take a break so I can actually breathe for a bit.
holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it.
Welcome back to the Ascend Tournament Series, Season 5 Pinnacle Cup Championship. What a series there! We started with 2 straight sweeps, and now we went all the way to Champions Field overtime. Joining me here again is Maxine. We've got 1 match to go. The defending champions return. 100X Knight looking to defend what they won last season here against Sloth Dark in our last match of the evening. 1 more spot in the semifinals has to go. Shawnee State proven they're good enough to be there. Who will join with them? Maxine, coming to the match with 100X Knight. This team needs no introduction. In the last couple of tournaments they played, they have had some pretty incredible results. Let me just list them out for you. Season 4 Pinnacle Cup. They won that. ATS Paradise Cup for the Ultimate Division. They won that. This is a team that wins. The last time I think they haven't won was ATS Paradise Cup 2. Where a roster that isn't even similar to this team. A roster that only is the same because they had Perry on that roster per scope. That team still made it well in the top 8, actually made it into the top 4, before losing to Life, Plexi, and Ultor. Simply put, this is a 100X Knight roster that has won everything and continues to win everything and looks to continue to win everything. They need no introduction.
Was there for the most recent Paradise Cup. They are a wonderful, very well-rounded team. You know, every player plays their part as well as they can.
Yeah, of course. You say it as well. Every player can play their part well. Well, you know, I can only think of one person who's seen them as more times than anyone else has here. You know, the caster for 135 Esports, the guy who's been able to see this team multiple times this season. Welcome in, Monkey Shines TV. Monkey Shines, you've had a very long evening. I'm sure you are now excited to see 100X Knight move on, 100X Knight play against Soft Dark, looking to move on to the semifinals. How are you feeling this evening, getting to see these teams compete?
Well, it's been a long day for myself, but after a series like that, I'd say the bar is set high, and certainly the bar is set high tonight for Sloth. You know, like you said, they're going up against one of the absolute best teams that they are going to find, and really, the issue for Sloth is all going to be about confidence this evening, Sporty. What they have to do is they have to actually chop the 30 seconds, another minute and 30 seconds, then chop up a couple takedown. A team as irritating, as frustrating as Knight, you have to play at your very best, but it has to be a bit by bit kind of thing, putting together a successful puzzle, and they have to be on their best game every single moment, every single step of the way.
Yeah, you said as well, they've got to be at their very, very best here. Well, you talked about Knight, the confidence that this team has, the chemistry that they have. Manny Alar, Jared, Perscope. When we're talking about MVPs of the playoffs, any of these players can be mentioned. We've mentioned Manny Alar earlier tonight. Who do you think on this roster, though, is MVP caliber? Who do you think on this roster is going to be the player to look at tonight? Because it really feels like on any night, any of these three players can perform. Who do you think? Whose night do you think it is for Serenyx night?
Ultimately, when looking at this one, I think you talk about Manny and Perry. I think those are the two names that, you know, automatically go to mind. I all due respect for Manny, love him to death. All due respect to Jared, love him to death. And Jared, by the way, a fiend in 1v1 situations. You got to break away. My guy is golden. But I think ultimately, this one I feel is Perry's, and I think it's going to be neck and neck. I mean, this is a game, a series. I fully anticipate kind of seeing a full team mentality tonight. I don't know that one is necessarily going to pull away from the other, but I can see Perry definitely setting the tone, and then Manny and Jared kind of working in off of that. It's such a frustration. We were talking a little bit before we came live, Sporty. You were mentioning they're so just agonizing and frustrated to play against, because they will just lean on you and just eventually break your spirit. You cannot, if you are Sloth, you absolutely cannot afford them any opportunity to get confident early. They will definitely take those swipes. They will definitely be patient with it. You have to go, like I said, bit by bit, step by step. Take your micro victories. Be happy if you were able to get in 15 seconds without giving up a score, things of that sort. I know it sounds silly, but you got to put a foundation down. You got to be able to build mentally. This is going to be a series of mental for Sloth, and if they find themselves even misstepping a little bit, I don't know, man. I don't think it's going to be a long series for them.
Yeah, we'll see about that. The players are telling me their answer. They just want to get this series started, so let's not wait any longer before we go into this one. Monkey Shines, you've got you've got a lot of experience with Serenyx Knight and this roster and their success against Sloth Dark. They're the heavy favorites. I'm assuming you expect them to win, but the question is, how long do you think this series will be?
Ultimately, I do think they're going to win. I think if Sloth is going to get a dub, it will be any dubs. I think it'll be a lone one. I think ultimately Knight takes this one 4-1. But if Sloth can play their absolute best, I might see them push to the limit a little bit.
We'll see about that one here. I also agree that Knight's going to go 4-1, so I don't think I need to talk about my prediction. But Maxine, what's your prediction?
Well, personally, I also have Knights going 4-1. I think they're such a great team.
Well, I can't wait for all of our predictions to be wrong here. Well, again, thank you so much for joining Monkey Shines. And these teams, they're antsy. They want to get things going here. So let's get into this series. Serenyx Knight as I said, need no introduction. Perscope, Jared, and Manny Alar. Sloth Dark, though, on the other side. An interesting matchup for them. Very similar to Sloth Command. Their full roster is not available this evening, so it is Zenith, the only player returning, with Bravo and Rek behind him. They're playing with two subs, just like how Sloth Command did. If there's any hope for Sloth Squad Nation to be in the semifinals, it's going to rely on a super sub performance from a couple of players.
A super sub will 100% be needed. We just saw a super sub that last series adverse. Of course, he was a sub, and then he became a starter for that team basically right before that series even happened. He had one other appearance, and in my opinion, he was the best that series, but that series was in the past. Let's look on to the future. Look at this game.
Jared, an opening in front. We'll get that one over Bravo, as Manny Alar next to it will be kept away by Rek, as Sloth Dark doing well so far. But I mentioned before, one of the big things about Knights, and we haven't actually mentioned it on the here, but we mentioned it in earlier series when we were talking about Midwest Mafia. This is a team that can start slow in Serenyx Knights, so it might take them a game or two to really get used to their opponents, and this is where it's Sloth Dark. They're going to be at their best. They've got to be able to take games early against Knight, put them under pressure early. If you can't do that, once this team warms up, it's going to get a lot worse for you.
Yeah, I think this team is just a more chaotic version of Chaos. In a way, they are more chaotic, but it's more because of the fact that their skill ceiling is so high, but so is their skill floor. Like, them at their worst is still such a good team. Like, there are not many teams in this bracket that can play this team when they are not performing, let alone when they are. Speaking of performing, Perry is going to throw the first shot into the net this series. A absolute laser top left of the net. No saving that right there for Zenith.
And that's the thing that's going to make this Knight side so scary. They don't need to do much to beat you. Individually, they're all so good. But as a team, my goodness, they just are so incredibly difficult to defend. And being the roster that they have been for as long as they have, they've got chemistry on their side as well. You really can't point out anything that it seems to be wrong with this team, because individually, they're all extremely talented. As a team, they're all extremely talented. They've got chemistry as well, so they already know how to play around each other. This is their starting roster. They're not even playing with a sub tonight. 100X Knight, you really feel like everything's in their favor. That's going to fall in for Manny Alar. And it's a second goal here for 100X35 Esports. Sloth Dark realizing very early on why this Knight side is such a trouble to deal with.
Yeah, they somehow always find a shot to throw onto the net, whether it's from their side of the field or in the other corner. They always have some kind of opportunity, some kind of pass or shot to find. The pre-jump from Jared spikes the ball down into the ground. Rek is able to get one touch out. Here's Zenith on the counterattack, just rips it onto the net. A wonderful save from Manny Alar. Bravo. Off the back wall, can't find a pass to Rek, but Zenith is there. Fakes the height, goes low. Can't find much success though.
Jared, flip reset will be for Manny Alar as 100X Knight will progress down the field. Manny, infield. Rex gonna have a tough time reading this, but will keep the pop away. It's Sloth Dark who are just looking for something here, but now they've overcommit, and Jared's got room. It's a bad thing to say, a bad thing to do, because Jared will slot that one down, over one, under the bar, and Knight go up by 3.
An absolutely spectacular double tap. There is that single man performance that we were talking about before, especially from the likes of Jared, being not necessarily a ones main, but a very skilled ones player. When he has that ball and when he has space, he is more than not going to score if he is not challenged.
And that's what makes him scary, because he's not the only one that can hit shots like that. Manny Alar himself loves to do that kind of stuff on offense too, as Jared will keep the ball. Sloth Dark challenge again, but it will be Knight on the play as Demo in front. There's no one defending, and Perry knows Manny Alar will be waiting. But Knights will have to take their time as Manny again has Jared midfield, has Perscope right behind, but Sloth Dark take it away, and now they can go the other side of the field. Double commit for Knight will keep the ball in. Sloth Dark being given no way to escape the defense. We're here. Are you here?
Okay. Your mic cut out for me.
Oh, my mic cut out. Oh, how terrible the timing is. Well, we'll just blame my terrible computer that's been having issues all night here. But what we can't blame is how well Knight is playing here. Perscope finding Manny Alar, and they almost found a 4th goal there. Simply put, Knight has given Sloth Dark nothing to work with on offense.
I mean, realistically, they haven't given them much to work with on defense either. They've been boost starved to the max in most situations. So, as that defense just gets rougher and rougher, that offense gets easier and easier for them. They just get to score more and more goals. That's a pass mid to Perry, the bump. No success for the shot, though. Zenith looking to clear it out. Here's Jared off the back wall, looking for a pass. Bravo is there to clear it out. Perry fakes it, forces it all the way out for Manny. Rek is there for the back wall. Perry catches it, goes off of the ceiling. It's one touch. Oh, the plan B! Sends the ball flying. Jared doesn't have the redirect. But what a shot that would have been.
Yeah, 100X Knight at this point having a little bit of fun at the end of game 1. They knew they were going to win it. They were under no real pressure to need to put any pressure on their opponents. It's game 1 for themselves here. one step closer to those semi-finals. But for Sloth Dark, we knew the pressure was going to be on them all night here, and it continues to be on them here, continues to face them here. It's gonna be rough for them, simply put. But 100X Knight, again, proving as they usually do, to be that kind of mechanical sign, to be that kind of team that nobody can seem to block. But Sloth Dark, they've got a lot to work on if they're going to be able to slow down Knight, because right now they haven't even really gotten much on offense.
I mean, yeah, the stats do not lie. That is, what is that? 9 shots to Sloth's 4. And then 4 saves from Knight. Every single shot Sloth Dark had was saved by 100X Knight.
And Knights are not looking to slow down in any way. 1 game gone, 3 more to go if they want to be in those semi-finals. Sloth Dark, waiting on the other side of the field, know that trouble is there, know that they know what Knight has done before, I'm certain. What they don't know is how to beat that team right now. Game 1 proving they're going to have a lot to do if they have any chance of stopping this team. The last hope for Sloth Squad Nation as well in this final bracket. We saw Sloth Command earlier losing a sweep to Justice for Solo. Sloth Dark, the only team remaining, and they are on. And it really feels like if they continue to play the way they are, they may be swept out of this bracket as well. Jared with room, shot saved away, but a double commit for Sloth Dark, and 100X Knight already on offense here in game 2, and they're not exactly going to let it go until they find the net.
You know, this 100X Knight, they start throwing shots on net, and they do not stop until they find an opening. The good demo from Zenith. Wreck finds the beat as well. The follow-up, flip reset. The shot is on target. Perry does have the save. Zenith off the back wall. Jared bangs it all the way down the field. It's an overcommit from Sloth Dark, but does he have the goal? He does. Jared, once again, finds the lead for 100X Knight.
And when you start to be put under the kind of pressure that Sloth Dark is under, you start to overcommit more, you start to panic, you start to sweat. Sloth Dark are feeling those emotions. They know that they have not done enough to really break through Knight, and they sent everyone upfield hoping that would be enough to break Knights, but it only leads to even more issues on their side as this one will bounce midfield. Wreck, holding on to it, will play to the sidewall as per scope sends this one down the field. It's Zenith to Bravo. He got chipped as well. Knight will keep the ball, and they'll find more offense as well. Jared on his own, but that's something that he can handle. Over 1, can't get through Bravo. Zenith is already there to clear, and Sloth Dark will send Knight all the way back, still looking for their first goal of the quarterfinals.
This is some offense for how good their offense is. This is. Offense don't speak anymore. How about that? I was gonna say is with how good this defensive, they have some very impressive offense. That double tap from Manny LR, just putting the pin in that, made me speechless.
Oh, they'll find an answer! That didn't take too long. Zenith has got this one. It's an answer as Wreck. Not only does he get the pass midfield, he takes out Jared along with it. Sloth Dark have a goal back, and hey, they'll need every goal they can get. 100X Knight are making things difficult.
100X Knights are making it very difficult. You know, as I was saying, their defense is nothing to scoff at as well. Right there was just one of the examples of them not having people back. Right there, Perry finds an opening in a, undeniably very awkward play by him. I thought he was bumped off of it, but he was able to dodge it just barely, and then the pinch finds its way into the net. Very great shot by Perry.
And 100X Knights are still not done with the work here as Jared will take it to the skies. He's got all this room. The fake! The fake! Oh, he's faked them all out! Jared is pulling strings, and Sloth Dark are thinking more. What a fake! What a play in Sloth Dark! Oh, that just made him look silly.
I can't help but smile seeing those fake plays. They are just so great to look at. I thought he was going to use the flip reset, put it perfectly top left, but no. Instead, he fakes it out and just gets past all 3 of them with it. But that's a 4-1 lead for 100x Knight. Might be 4-2 right there, but Perry is able to make the save. Zenith throwing it back mid. Manny LR has the clear. Wreck. Bravo off the corner. Perry is there to clear it out. Zenith has to play it patiently. One touch, bumped off of it. Jared throws a shot on net. Wreck has to save Manny off the back wall. Bravo is there to force him wide.
100x Knight just trying to stay up the field. Sloth Dark will leave things to each other, leave things back. Manuel Laura is already taking this one. Flipper reset. Wreck to challenge. It's Perry to win the play. And Jared to move things upfield. 100x Knight took game 1. They're en route to take game 2, and just about the same level of confidence we saw from them earlier, but they still want to score. They really do. They don't want to just win against Sloth Dark. They want to embarrass them, because they know Shawnee State University are waiting. They know how good this team is. They didn't play them all season, but they know who they are. This 100x Knight roster, they want to make sure this is not only just a win for them, but a message to Shawnee State that they are ready, and boy are they ready. 5-1 now, and Sloth Dark, I mean, they cannot seem to handle 100x Knights, and it's not even that close.
I don't blame Sloth. Sorry. It is such an unlucky matchup for Sloth Dark playing against the reigning champions of how many times have they won in a row in the highest tier?
How many times have they won the Pinnacle Cup, you're asking?
Yeah.
Once. Knight has only won once. But... oh, sorry, no, they've won... yeah, they've only won once in ATS history, but they've won other tournaments as well, as Zenith's going to look for a chance. That one nearly going in. Knight will keep the challenges going, as this one sent towards the net. Perry will be for Jared, as less than a minute to go. Rec will keep it back. And Periscope will hang on to it. 100x Knight with a major lead. And so far, inside the final minute, it is just Knight on the ball, Knight on the pressure, and Sloth Dark who are really facing even more aggression as, again, Monkey Shine's mentioned it. This Knight team is confident. Sloth Dark needs to be confident. I don't know how you get confidence when you're losing this badly.
I think that Sloth Dark, they need to focus less about the game and more about the next goal. Don't think it's about the game. Focus about what can they do to stop 100x Knight from scoring the next goal. What can they do to score the next goal? They need to go on a goal-by-goal basis instead of a game-by-game basis. Because if you think that you're over when you're down 4 goals, then you're not going to be scoring for the rest of the game. As I say that, Zenith packs one more into the blue net.
And another goal for Sloth Dark, albeit consolation at the end of this game. A rough situation to be in if you're 100x Knight, but again, they don't really care. That's the thing about Knight. They don't care. They've already taken game 2. They're confident. Again, they've won by a pretty decent margin. 100x Knight continuing their run. Sloth Dark, if there's any time to take a timeout and try to reset things, now would be the time to do it.
I think Sloth Dark definitely needs to take a timeout and then come back. They need to start off confident. They need to start off really well in Game 3.
We'll see how well Game 3 will go for them here, but 100x Knight lead 2-0 in the series and are only 2 wins away from a semi-finals matchup against Shawnee State University. You really feel like that this is Knight's match to lose right now, and they're playing like it's their match to lose. They are just continuing to showcase their abilities, their dominance, their gameplay, and again, you got to give them credit. It's tough to battle against how good Knight has been playing, but for Sloth Dark, they got to change something, anything, just to slow down Knight even a little bit, because right now it's not even close.
Yeah, it is a complete beatdown. 100x Knight just whooped Sloth Dark under their feet and just continued battering them. and they're going to continue battering them unless Sloth Dark does something about it.
We go to game 3. The matchup continues, but 100x Knight has a major advantage here. Sloth Dark opting not to take their time out here, so it's going to give a little bit more time. It's going to mean that they're going to hold it for a little bit later. That means we go right into game 3. Knight still have all this momentum in their favor, but Sloth Dark, can they just get something to work? Can they get something to go? Or does 100x Knight, due to Sloth Dark, what we saw Justice for Solo, due to Sloth Command earlier? Is it a 4-0 sweep? Well, right now, Knight looking to take game 3, and already off to a strong start, but that's a great save there, and now a 2v1 the other way. Bravo, challenged behind by Manular. Perscope will win the play. Zenith will jump, but it's Jared to jump as well. Manular trying to clear this one. It's Perscope who hangs onto it, and 100x Knight, who continue to play upfield, continue to progress upfield, continue to attack upfield. Nobody remaining. Jared has an open net.
This is just crumbling down. They decided not to use their timeout. Kind of a power play right there, but ends up not working out. 100x Knight still scores within the first minute of game number 3. They are just non-stop, relentless offense. It is so hard to get them stuck on defense, like we have seen. No, Shawnee State, in KCG Chaos, Shawnee State is a hard team to get stuck on defense, but they are not this hard. And another goal for 100x Knight.
Just keeps getting worse and worse, it feels. Jared absolutely denying Bravo and Zenith that play. And for Sloth Dark, it really feels so hopeless for them right now. They're getting outplayed everywhere on the field. There's a reason why Knight are the defending champions. They're showing you why in this series, and Sloth Dark just have to sit and accept it, but they won't accept it for long. Rek has put it in off the kickoff, and Sloth Dark have a little bit of hope in game 3.
A little bit of hope. Indeed, this is the closest that a game has been when Sloth Dark has scored. So, not all hope is lost. It is a 1-goal game right now, but if this series keeps going the way it is, it will not be a 1-goal game much longer. The pass, Manny, who Jared does not connect. Zenith looking for a pass himself, gets past Manny LR, but Rek cannot find any opening.
Manular to clear. Zenith is waiting, but 100x Knight will take it as a demo as well. Sloth Dark only 1 goal behind. They know the opportunity is here for them as Bravo, Jared to clear. Zenith will be waiting, but Sloth Dark will have to give up a little bit of room as it's Jared who wins that challenge, looking for more. He's been challenged by his own teammate here, and Rek will keep it going. Sloth Dark have offense, but it's not for very long. What an excellent touch from Perscope. He's not even facing the right direction to make that touch, and he still makes it done and gets Knight out of a very sticky situation. As we may have lost Maxine here. 100x Knight lead by 1. Sloth Dark looking for any way infield. It's Bravo who doesn't get that touch off the ceiling. Rek now around Perscope. Not around Manular. 100x Knight will clear this one out as it's Jared with space. Stopped by Bravo. Perscope up the sidewall. Looking midfield. It's Rek. Now Jared. Back for Manular. That one a little awkward as it's going to be Rek as well. With room, with time, with Bravo! With a tie game!
A tie game indeed. A little bit of any production right there. That is my bad. But Rek with the pass to Bravo. Jared did not expect it. Putting him out of position and in the right position for Bravo to find, I'm pretty sure, his first goal of this series. Looking to find another one. The pass to Zenith. It is off the net, and that might be an overcommit. Bravo is able to get back in time. That's Rek. Big clear out. Zenith catches it. Parry. A fast challenge on it. Bravo. Big clear out. Manny is there to intercept it. Rek bangs it down the field. A double commit from 100x Knight. We have seen those happen more and more as they get more and more comfortable. They keep double committing. They overcommit. They have been pre-jumping each other. And those have been the reasons why they get scored on, why someone is left as last man on defense.
Oh, what a strike! Oh, it's gone in! Oh, it's an own goal! And Sloth Dark are in the lead. Under 90 seconds to go, it's IceColeBrew. Put it in his own net. What a horrible time to make that mistake. And 100x Knight now on the losing end of it for the first time in this series, but it won't be for long. Jared, back in, right off the kickoff.
And that is a hat trick for Jared as well. He has scored every goal this game for 100x Knight. And he has just been an amazing solo player. You know, he has been able to find the Sloth Dark defense lacking so often. And honestly, he's put 100x Knight on his back this game.
Oh, what a strike! Sloth Dark are not giving up. Played in front. And then played again by Zenith as it bounces down, and it's yet another own goal. I think it's another one from IceColeBrew, by the way.
Yep.
2 straight own goals for IceColeBrew. Sloth Dark in the lead again. I mean, IceColeBrew, he's had a pretty decent series tonight. That is really going to hurt him here as he'll play for Manny Alar, and they'll take the lead. They'll take the tie game again. Right off the kickoff, it's IceColeBrew, and the fake for Manny Alar. Sloth Dark thought he had it, but it will be a little misdirection. And we're tied again. My goodness, that was an immediate response.
This is such a weird game. Periscope has owned goal twice, but then also has an assist and a goal of his own on his hands. So for every own goal, he has at least 1 goal or assist to cancel it out. Manny trying to find a goal of his own, can't quite find it. Jared looking for the double tap. Bravo misses. And it goes in the net. The lead is given to 100x Knight in this game.
I feel like Rock League is starting to devolve here. Last series was beautiful, and now they're countering it out as... I don't know how Bravo misses that one. It's a routine clear, but he makes it anything but routine with that positioning. And 100x Knight up by 1 late, and you know this team's going to want to play for that second goal up. Jared. Under 2, Zenith pushes it in. Manny Alar off the back wall. IceColeBrew. It's in! Oh, they missed it! 2 goals up for Knights, and my goodness, this game has just completely devolved into something else. Sloth Dark were ready, but that shot, it was a lot later than they were expecting, and they had already committed. They couldn't get back. It's a great call.
May I remind you guys, these guys are at least SSL, if not even higher. So this is just
Knights
like...
2100, by the way.
Yeah,
it's a 2100 team.
So, you know, people are always saying that pro gameplay looks like, you know, looks like the average diamond game, but this one, it really does. 2 own goals and the most weird goals coming out. That is a great play, though, from 100x Knight. Just putting the nail in the coffin. Jared, once again. If that counted as assist, that would be almost 100% goal participation.
Yeah, as you said as well, a solid showing here, but 100x Knight, they're going to take game 3 with a couple late goals. This was anything but, I will say this was unique. It was anything but consistent for both these teams. But hey, Knight's offense is still scoring on all cylinders here. 7-4 to end this game. They're now in the perfect position to win this in a sweep, and everybody thought that Sloth Dark would take at least 1, but I don't even know if that's even possible, because even when Knight is playing weirdly and playing oddly and they're not playing at their best, they're still scoring 7 goals on them.
I'm like speechless by how, like, not weird, but like how confusing that game was at times. You know what I mean, Sporty?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's been an odd game, that's for certain. A very odd end to this game, but 100x Knights are 1 more game away from winning. The Sloth Dark looking to make the reverse sweep, which KCGS almost did for the first time. It is a tough night for Sloth Dark. A tough night for Sloth Squad Nation. They got to do what KCGS couldn't do, and that is get a reverse sweep. But to get there, they've got to give some reason why they can win this one in a sweep. For now, though, it's going to be tough for them. But again, Sloth Dark, they're under the microscope. They're under the pressure. They need to perform, and if they can't, their season will end very, very quickly in this final bracket.
It seems like the timeout does not get called by Sloth Dark. They want to continue on the ultimate power move.
Sloth Dark choosing not to take a timeout. To be fair, I don't know how much it would help them here. There's a roster full of subs playing tonight. I think they are just here to see how well they can play against Serenyx Knight. And again, I don't know how much a tactical timeout will help this team. Timeouts help out teams that have a lot more chemistry better than it does teams that don't really know each other as well. For Sloth Dark, it's all about just being able to find a way to keep things close, but Knights already scored per scope with the first goal, and Knights are that much closer to taking the series and going to Championship Sunday.
I think the reason that Sloth Dark didn't take a timeout is they kind of want to get it over with. I feel like they do have confidence in them, but they're like, I feel like in the back of all of their minds, they're just like, yeah, I don't think we're gonna win this. Perry just adding on to that lack of, what might be a lack of confidence with another great shot.
Yeah, and Bravo didn't even realize that option was there. He leaned back. I think he was expecting potentially a low shot, but they saw an opening there. That was a pretty tough shot, but one that these Knight players can absolutely make. And Sloth Dark, who are trying to put in as much of an effort as they can, are really meeting quite a tough match as this one. Not on target. Knight will clear it back as Perry. Up is Jared, denied by Zenith. Wreck to send it away. Knight still on the attacking play as here goes Manuelar off the back wall, off the corner, per scope. Jared is there, Manuelar are there, but they'll both go back to defense as Sloth Dark with another clear to get rid of the defense.
I think that, I don't know if the series is over, but it might be done. Because I think Sloth Dark does have some fight on them, but I just don't think they really want to utilize that fight that they have. I think they want to save it, you know. They were able to keep the games close sometimes. This is a repeat of game number 3 as we see the 2-0 lead has been cut to a 2-1 lead. A great pre-jump by Wreck. There's that fight that I was talking about.
Yeah, you talk about them cutting that lead in half. I don't think it's over just yet. You cannot really say it was over. We've seen KSG Chaos almost come back against the Shawnee State University side that in record were the best team this season. On the next night, no, it's not over just yet. It's only a 1-goal difference, and that can be cut down rather quickly here as 3.5 minutes still to go. Per scope on the block. Now we'll deny Bravo. A lot of players jumping in, but it's Manuelar on his own. Zenith's waiting, but Manuelar will flick this one over his head, and 100x Knights go up by 2 again.
What a flick by Manuelar, the breezy flick right over the head of the last defender. Absolutely spectacular. It's a 3-1 lead, and not a repeat from last game. Oh, a 4-1 lead. My apologies, guys.
Why not? It's another one off the kickoff here. Serenyx Knight have had a great night when it comes to scoring as many goals as they can, and they'll happily take it. What a replay! What a replay! Our replay didn't even want to show that goal. That's how nice it was. Serenyx Knight lead by 3, and well, they're only 3 minutes away from guaranteeing themselves a match against Shawnee State University in those semifinals, as it's Jared who will flick this one to the air. Wreck to touch. Sloth Dark is waiting, but it's Serenyx Knight again. Jared with time. Jared with a double tap. Wreck stops it, and Serenyx Knight will go again. Saved by Zenith. Bravo to clear. But Sloth Dark, I mean, they're running out of time to come back in this series. Running out of time to give themselves an opening, an opportunity to go through. Running out of time to play in this quarterfinals. 100x Knights hold the lead, hold the keys to success, and with half the game to go, Sloth Dark need a miracle to come back in this thing and at least force this to 5.
Well, at least what we can say is that this game, this series, made the schedule a little bit more accurate, considering how long of a series the last one was.
I guess you can think of it that way. Every series will take, all series combined will take approximately an hour, right? But Serenyx Knight still not done though. They're up 5-1 at this point for Sloth Dark, playing with subs in an awkward position. It's been an odd night for Sloth Squad Nation, the only org with 2 teams in the top 8, and both of them are likely to be swept at this point as Perry's already up. That one's across. He won't read it though. Serenyx Knight going for the pre-jump play. We've seen them go for that kind of stuff before. They've never really hit it ever, but Serenyx Knight's going for it at this point. They know they're in the lead. They know that they are likely not to lose it. They're just looking for some way to end off the series with a little bit of fun and, more importantly, again, showcase who they are to Shawnee State. They never played. Those 2 teams have never played each other this season, but I mean, Shawnee State knows how good Knight is. Knight knows how good Shawnee State is. Any way to put some fear in them will be an advantage tomorrow.
I think that 100x Knight, they did what they went out to do. Like, this kind of sweep is not a kind of sweep that you scoff at. Even if Shawnee State did sweep Chaos, they had some pretty close games all throughout the series. They, like, within the first 4 games, 2 of them were overtime. So, very close series. But this sweep is very, very different.
Sloth Dark, low on time, low on hope, low on self-esteem. As this one will continue, Bravo will play for time, but it's Manuel Lar who will look for the net. Rek will clear things back, as Jared's got to be a bit more careful. Perry to the corner, still Perry, up goes Jared. 1 minute to go, he'll pass this one down. It's per scope. Manuel Lar can't turn it into the net. As Sloth Dark will go the other way, but less than a minute to go. It feels like time has run out for Sloth Squad Nation in the Pinnacle Cup. The Orcs' first time in ATS in their season. You gotta give credit for them getting 2 teams into this final bracket. That's no easy feat to have happen. They have both been thoroughly outplayed by better opponents. 100x Knight will sweep Sloth Dark, and earlier tonight we saw Justice for Solo sweep Sloth Command. Unfortunately for Sloth Squad Nation, as an org, they've been outperformed tonight. Simply put, they've done the best that they can, but sometimes it doesn't help. And against 100x Knight, there's a reason why this team is as good as they are, the number 1 overall team by ranking in this tournament, by rank and MMR level in this tournament. Sloth Dark will score again, but 100x Knights are in a casual environment right now. And simply put, they don't care. No matter how much Sloth Dark are talking into Quick Chat, they don't care. They know that they have secured their spot.
At least, probably secured their spot, but as you're saying, both of us, they're the only org with 2 teams in the top 8, and, you know, both teams did get very unlucky with the teams they were placed against, like, but I think the org that had it worse when it came to the playoffs is probably KCG. They had 2 teams that had a play-in, and they got put against each other, which, yeah, guarantees one of them makes the playoffs, but it guarantees one of them doesn't as well. And then the winner of that went on to play Shawnee State, who is one of the best teams in this playoffs.
Well, you might still be sad about KCG Chaos's loss, but we can at least now talk about 100x Knight's win. 4-0 sweep to end the night. So 3 sweeps this evening. A lot of one-sided affairs in the Pinnacle Cup, but 100x Knight will end tonight's off here. Here's what our bracket looks like tomorrow. Justice for Solo, Midwest Mafia, Shawnee State University, and 100x Knight. We're going to be starting with that second semifinal, so Shawnee State University and 100x Knight will be on stream first. But Maxine, what a night we have had so far tonight. Usually I'd ask which series was the best one tonight. I mean, we all have the same answer for that. But tomorrow, which of these semifinals are you looking at more?
I think that the first semifinals, 100x Knight versus Shawnee State University, will be, I think, honestly, the winner of that wins in the grand finals. That is my prediction for tomorrow. I think the winner of that series will win the grand finals. I think that series will be an insane series. It'll be as like the same levels as Shawnee State versus KCG Chaos. I think they're gonna go back and forth throughout the entire series until the winner comes out.
Well, I'm hoping for a lot more back and forth series, because today we saw a lot of one-sided matchups here, but credit to the teams that have made it this far, and also credit to the 4 teams that have made it to the semifinals. All of them have guaranteed an invite into the final bracket qualifier. not the final qualifier, the Amateur Rock League Champions Cup 3 that's coming up in just a few weeks. But what a night it has been. A lot of great matches, a lot of great teams, and we'll be back again tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern Time with more from this stream. We have seen so much action, so many great matchups, and so many great teams take to the field here. We'll be back again tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern Time to begin. But Maxine, what night it has been. We've been here throughout this entire day. It's been a long, exhausting day, but the championships are tomorrow. Do you have any last things you want to say before we end the stream and we kind of go to sleep and prepare for what will be an incredible end to Season 5's Pinnacle Cup?
All I could say is to all the teams that have played in ATS, honestly, no matter the cup, it has been a wonderful season of ATS. I cannot wait for tomorrow. Good luck to all the teams.
Yeah, definitely a good luck to everyone who is still in this bracket as well. This is Maxine. I'm Sporty FC again. Joining us here was IceColeBrew. Thank you all so much for joining the Ascend Tournament Series mainstream tonight for the ATS Season 5 Pinnacle Cup Championship. Tomorrow is Championship Sunday. Thank you all so much for joining us this evening. That's it for us. See us again tomorrow, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Stream will start at 7:30 for the semifinals and finals. Our champion will be crowned tomorrow. Take care. Have a great night, and we'll see you again tomorrow as we end our Pinnacle Cup.